Good evening, folks. What's going on? Welcome to another live Carolina Panthers talk here on the YouTube, the Tube, and Facebook. Blitzball champ Jason Ingram here. It's been a while, so wanted to get on here tonight, talk about the recent loss as the Carolina Panthers have been swept by the New Orleans Saints. And wanted to talk about some other things too. Just gonna talk about who I feel will still be here after the going into the next 1 or 2 years. I know that's been a subject I've been hearing about just over social media is who all is gonna still be here. Not only that, but also, there's a lot of talk about just clearing house and just starting from scratch. So, but yeah, we got quite a bit to talk about. It is Monday night, December 11th of 2023. We are here and we are live. Corey, welcome to the stream. I think he's still.
Welcome everybody. Week 14. Week 14, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with yet another loss in the column. But hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out my Keep Pounding group page for in-game comments, posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football League hosted by yours truly. Let's get into this.
Alrighty.
I am celebrating right now. Do you know why I'm celebrating?
Why are you celebrating?
Because my Clemson soccer team just won the national championship.
Oh, for real?
Yep,
Oh, snap.
against Notre Dame, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, hey.
Is that men's or women's?
Popping out the bottle today
Is
for a different reason.
is that men's or women's?
Men's.
Okay. Cool, cool.
Very excited, man. Very excited for that. But hey, what a way to open this stream, man. At least one of my teams won a championship, man.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, something positive there. Can't go wrong with that.
I'm live streaming on my channel as well. We're dual streaming. What's up, Lock Poppy? Sounds good. Yes, sir.
Super Trebo says, "Sup guys, was not letting Panthers mess up my birthday today, but this is a nightmare season. A season's almost over. Well, first off, happy birthday, Super Trebo. It's Super Trebo's birthday, so happy birthday to you."
Happy birthday, Super Trevo.
But yes, nightmare season is almost over. You are correct, but we do have 4 games left. So,
4 games left. I want to get into the elephant in the room. I'm sure we all saw the tweet.
oh
We
yeah,
all saw it. It
yeah.
went across the internet, and it went viral like hotcakes.
Do you think it was a dummy account, or do you think it was a real, like, really?
From what I think, I'd have to take another look at it, but I think that had a check mark next to it, didn't it?
Um,
It doesn't have to have the
not
check mark next to it if
sure.
it isn't the actual athlete, and the athlete's wife. But
True.
I think somebody posted it on my page, didn't they?
Perhaps I think so,
No, they did not.
but it got deleted. The account got
It
deactivated.
did.
So
I mean, people took screenshots of it before it got deleted and sent it around.
true, true.
So no, it's not on my page. I thought somebody would have posted it by now, but no. That's okay.
But actually, I think Corey or not Corey, Cody, I think post or quote tweeted it.
Yeah, retweeted it.
Yeah. So I mean, it's
What are
still
we
like,
calling it now? Re-exed it?
oh
I
yeah.
don't even know.
But but yeah, it's been deleted. But I mean, I don't know. Like, you think it was legit?
Uh, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like it might have been
Hmm.
because I mean, some very prominent people are talking about it, so I would think it is legitimate. But I mean, if that's real, I could see Thomas Brown being gone at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Either way, I see him gone at the end of the year. He's not been holding up to what he's supposed to be doing. He's using Frank Wright's playbook again in this game, and it's embarrassing what we were looking at.
So it's interesting that you mentioned that because now I am under the impression that Thomas Brown was never brought over to call plays in the first place.
I mean, that was the general idea. It was supposed to be Frank the whole time, and Frank failed. So now here we are.
Yeah.
You know, we should have handed the reins over to Thomas Brown at the beginning of the year once we realized that there was a foul afoot here, man. And it never, Frank did what he did,
Hmm.
so here we are.
Yeah. And not only that,
Me off stream. I hope you guys don't mind.
like we literally waited until this past Sunday to start taking loads of deep shots. Like,
Facts.
why wait until this past game after we've already been like just ousted out of playoff contention? Like, well,
Black Puppy, can you link that video that you found on Twitter again in chat that you showed me last stream? Because I want Blitz's stream to look at this too.
what's the video?
Of that specific goal line stand when we tried to get it, punch it into the end zone, we failed.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. I want people to look at this because this is very, very interesting.
I mean, am I even allowed to show that though?
I showed it. I didn't get in any trouble, I don't think. As long as we're doing it for like analytical reasons, I think they're okay with it. But as long as we don't get in trouble,
Okay.
they'll just give us a warning if they do anything. They won't give us a strike.
Let me know if you I guess if you get the video or
Right.
whatnot. Um, but yeah, like didn't see a lot of deep shots until this past game, and
Mm.
unfortunately, it was a combination of some balls underthrown and some hit the hands of the receivers, couldn't haul it in. So
If you're concerned that we can't show it on stream, you can describe it.
okay,
Because I did that for Facebook. So,
but but yeah, like
or if, okay.
okay,
I mean, if it's on Twitter, then I think we should be okay. Nobody's taken that down or said anything to them.
okay, I guess link it to me. I just switched to my personal.
There it is.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. Ooh. Okay.
Just don't play the audio.
Just don't play the audio. Okay.
The audio is official. Yeah,
Okay.
I
So,
believe so. Because somebody clipped this right off of Fox. So
okay. So, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna move this to.
I'm gonna put it on my screen as well, if I can.
Let me see.
But
Okay.
um, do, 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 do.
1 second. Let's
Put it
see.
here. Oh, no, I
Okay.
know.
I have it. I have it up on my screen. Let me see.
Capture. There we go. It's up on mine as well.
Okay. All right. I'm playing. I'm playing it on my side.
All right, full
So,
screen attention. Here we go.
all right.
All right, starting from the front here. We're sitting here at a, for those that can't see this, third quarter, middle of the third quarter, 2nd and 7. We're down 11 points. We need this touchdown in order to get back in this game.
So
All
you
right.
see. So you see that first that first play. Handoff up the middle to Bryce Young, or not Bryce Young, Miles Sanders. Wasn't really a
All right.
fan of that play call specifically
How
for
many people were
Miles.
in the box when we handed this off?
Yeah,
Count how many
exactly.
people were in the box.
Uh, do I need to back up?
Yeah, back up right before the snap and let people count how many people are in the box. I want you to see this is the entire doggone defense sitting in the box.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, yeah.
10 people sitting there in the box, ladies and gentlemen. And you're going to run Miles Sanders up the middle into that? Why? For what reason?
So you have 7 on the line,
Yes,
and
and 3 in the back.
yeah.
That's just not smart, Thomas Brown. That's not smart.
Not to mention, I mean, out of the
Make it
shotgun,
make sense.
out of the
Make
shotgun.
sense.
Like
I mean,
that's
hashtag MMS, guys. Come on now.
okay. Now I'm gonna run the play.
This is what I've been talking about right here. When I keep complaining about how many people are in the box, when you count how many people in the box and Miles Sanders runs right up the middle, what did you expect is going to happen? Why did you expect Miles Sanders' numbers to be higher than they are when you keep doing that?
Right.
All
Now,
right, now it's 2nd and goal. Now it's 2nd and goal. Again, count how many people are in the box.
okay. What's up,
Splitting up.
Jeffrey Haverskos? Welcome to the stream. Says, hey guys, what's up? Another sad Monday, indeed.
Now
Okay.
pause it right before the snap
Okay, it's
and count how
paused.
many people are in the box again.
All right. So on the line,
One,
you got
two,
one,
three, four,
two,
five,
three,
six,
four,
seven.
five,
Again,
6, and then 7 is kind of lingering.
right. So you got a 2 wide receiver set here, 3 wide receiver set, 1 running back.
Right.
That's essentially what you're looking at. Okay, so I believe that's Thielen on the bottom.
Yes, that's Thielen right here on the
Yeah.
bottom.
So he's going to get double coverage by the corner and the safety. Now,
Okay.
any other options that you have are going to be single coverage and they're just not going to be open. But watch what happens.
All right. Running it.
Now, look at this. There's an extra blitzer out of the 7 that's a delayed blitz.
Yep, right up the middle.
Delayed blitz. Everybody's covered. Nobody's open. Thielen can't get open.
Right.
What is this route? There's nobody to block this dude.
came in right through the middle on that delayed blitz.
Nobody to block him at all.
Because, I mean, Miles already took up a man.
Yeah.
So,
All right.
all
So now you got third and goal.
right.
Pausing it right before the snap. You got a 3 wide receiver set,
So they're on
possibly
the
4.
11-yard line.
Yep. Three or 4 wide receiver set. You got 1 running back. One of those might be a tight end. I think one of those is a tight end on the right side.
Uh, actually, no, I don't think so. I think it's a 4 wide receiver set.
Okay,
Uh,
4 wide receiver set.
which you
Count how
have.
many people are in the box now. You got 4 on the line. You got 2 linebackers. They're playing cover 2 here
Okay. Let me know when
with
to run it.
1 single high safety. Now watch what happens.
Okay, running it.
Quick snap. And
Okay.
Icky, watch Icky. Just lets go of him.
Yeah,
This is the stuff I'm talking about with Icky. You got to hold on to your block.
because as you can
Now
see,
they're
even
running in
in
the replay here, and they're slowing it down for you. Watch Taylor Moton on the left. Taylor Moton just
yeah,
I can't Taylor Moton, why? Taylor, for what reason are you letting go of your block? The dude isn't Aiden Hutchinson over here.
right.
He's just an average level pass rusher. And you're letting him beat you?
Yeah,
This is the garbage stuff I'm talking about. You guys have to block to protect Bryce Young. Now, I'm not saying Bryce hasn't made mistakes, and you know, he made rookie mistakes, plus he made just mistakes in general.
right,
Okay? Yes, I am putting some of that blame on Bryce. So
right.
don't twist my words, all right? I'm saying that for both chats. Don't twist my words. But when you see stuff like that, it's hard not to blame somebody on that offensive line. Come on now.
I'll I'll
And
say
it's hard not to blame the offensive play caller as well.
yeah. Like I'll say this. I mean, for the record, many can argue this was probably Bryce's worst game this season. I mean, which I think that's a fair argument.
He
But
had clean pockets a good chunk of that game. So, yes, fair argument.
yeah, but here's the thing we got to keep in mind. Just like many other games, Bryce has not had a lot to work with in his favor.
Also true.
So that's another thing that we got to keep in mind. Plus, this was another 4 sack game.
Yeah.
So, and word is he may be on par to be the 4th sacked quarterback this season with as much as up to like 65 sacks possibly between now and the end of the final game of the season. That's not good.
Are y'all finally starting to see what I'm talking about with Miles Sanders? With the play calling for Miles Sanders? Why are you running him into a stacked box with
Although
7 people in it?
although I will say this game Miles Sanders had his best play of all season on that
Yeah.
48-yard run.
And that's the difference when you don't run him into a stacked box. What he can possibly do for you.
Right.
Allow the man to flourish. Put him in a situation where he can flourish for you. Don't put him into a 6 to 8 man box. That's not going to work.
Yeah, and not to mention, like on a lot of those short yardage situations, like we really should have ran more. Because I mean, we had 204 total rushing yards.
Right.
So, I mean, that's another thing you gotta look at. Thomas Brown on some of the play calling was just like run
And
game.
for those of you that think Miles Sanders can't run or he sucks or we don't have a playmaker in Miles Sanders, wrong. That big run just made y'all eat crow.
Now, I will say that even on some of the plays where Bryce did have time and, took some
Mm-hmm.
shots downfield, which, like I said, I think it was really ironic to see a lot more deep shots and aggressiveness this game versus previous games when we were still in playoff contention, but
Right.
whatever. Um some of those throws underthrown, but there were others where it literally hit the
Seahawks
receiver in
shafted.
the hands and the receivers dropped them. So,
Oh yeah, in particular Mingo. And what you're going to hear, the narrative is going to be, oh, Mingo can't catch. Mingo can't catch. But he's proven to you all year long that he can. But
yeah.
here's the thing, the numbers prove otherwise because when you look at it, he had 9 targets and caught two passes for like 20 yards.
Mhm.
But those stats don't tell the whole story of the whole season.
Com-
That's why I'm saying stop using one game to completely get a read on a player. Look at the bigger picture.
and also, I got to say this, special teams don't start slacking cuz y'all almost got Johnny Hecker killed.
And my thing is, there was no flag.
Well, cuz he blocked the ball. Like if the defender hits the ball, then regardless of whether they run into the kicker or not, it's legit. That's the only thing. So,
That's roughing though.
um, I think I think it's if you happen to block the punt, I think that it's fair game. Now, if he missed and ran into the kicker with his legs still up, then I think that's roughing. I
Okay.
think. I think. Mr. Carolina, welcome to the stream.
What's
Mr.
going on?
Carolina, what's going on, man?
What's going on, fellas? What's going on?
It's going all right. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, tired as all get out, my brother. But I said let me come in and join y'all for a little bit. Miss y'all company, so I
Yeah,
figured I'd come in and kick it with y'all for a little bit.
sounds like a plan.
Sounds
Yeah,
good, man.
yeah. We were just in here just talking about some of the the follies of this past Sunday. We went through the red zone series that.
Yeah. Did you happen to catch that?
I caught all of the stupidity of Sunday, unfortunately. I caught. I don't understand why we continue to throw the ball on third and fourth and short.
I don't get it
Um,
either.
I don't
Yeah.
understand why we're in pistol formation in those instances. I don't get it. Um, and the fact that and I'm gonna let me point this out. Chuba Hubbard deserves consideration to be RB1 going forward. I'm going to just throw that out there. He
Okay.
has did nothing but run hard, run efficiently,
Mm-hmm.
um, put his head down. He's smart. He finds the right hole. He sets his blockers up perfectly. Um, so he deserves that. Um, highly disappointed in our second round pick,
Mingo?
Mingo. Disappointed in the fact that I don't know. I guess I'm waiting for. I want to say him and Bryce. I'll say this way. I'm still waiting for that wow game. Like I'm waiting for that game when I'm like, wow,
That's fair. That's fair.
this
And
is
I mean,
why
people are going
we're
to
here.
call Mingo trash and say he can't catch when he's proven otherwise he can catch. But you're expecting the wow moment and you haven't got it. So to be fair, I see your argument.
And I'm just like I'm waiting for it, and
Mm-hmm.
the argument that most folks make, and again, it's not trashing him. This is not talking down upon him. Again, I wish
Right.
he would step up. Not just talking about him and just like Bryce Young. If y'all watch Sunday, and we all should have,
Hmm.
this is a crap I'm talking about. Mingo is open down the field twice, and Bryce misses him both times.
Yep.
You
Over his
realize
head.
that's 14 points that's off. We just left on the board. So that's
Facts.
why I say I get sick and tired of the crap of receivers can't get open. When Mingo was open twice, past the defender, but at least a good yard to it. All Bryce has to do is hit him.
Yeah.
It's a
Facts.
touchdown. It's
Yep.
a walk-in touchdown. So maybe that will give me my wow factor for Mingo because he showed some downfield speed. To your point, he can't catch. So I sort of said I'm not giving up on Mingo because he's
Right.
still a rookie.
Right.
But for Bryce, it's just it's making it hard because yes, quarterbacks, and let's just throw this out there, ladies and gentlemen.
Hmm.
The men on the defensive side get paid too.
Right.
There is no
Facts.
quarterback in this NFL that does not get pressured. Let's
Exactly.
let's just kill that. Oh, Bryce gets sacked. So does every other quarterback in the NFL. Name me a quarterback that has never got his jersey dirty in NFL history. It happens. But the fact that he's had, and it's like we can count, he's had time. He
Hmm.
had time. And you're still missing the receivers. You're still making bad throws. I don't think he had 100 yards passing on Sunday.
137, just barely.
137.
137.
How many touchdown passes did he have?
0.
You see where I'm going?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like
And while you're talking about Mingo, 9 targets, 2 catches.
yeah.
It's just like, and how many of those catches, how many of those balls were actually catchable?
Ooh,
It's just
that's
like,
a fair point.
Maybe 2 or 3.
that's what I'm saying. We keep saying receivers can't get open. We got to stop that. Like, I get sometimes they're not open, and then I was listening to NFL Live, NFL Network the other day.
Hmm.
In the NFL, let's just keep it a buck 50, a yard or two in the NFL is open. You're
Mm-hmm.
not going to get much more than that because again, these are grown men that get paid too
Right.
to get to defend you. So you give me a yard or two, I'm considering that open. Now, Bryce, it's just like I don't know, dude. The more I watched it, and a guy had a fair point. We're expecting Bryce to be Cam, but Bryce will never be Cam. No quarterback in the history of Panthers Nation will ever be Cam Newton. So
Right.
we can't
Yeah, y'all
hold
got to
Bryce
stop
Young to
that
that
narrative.
standard. Yeah,
Yeah.
Right in his tracks.
we can't hold him to Cam Newton standard. No
Facts.
quarterback, and I'm just gonna be real with it. No quarterback's is ever gonna live up to Cam Newton.
Facts.
Nobody,
Facts.
nobody, because
Because
Cam
he looked
just
like him on a big run. Don't make him Cam Newton.
you can if it's fourth and short. Who are we looking to? Cam.
Right.
Yep.
Cam is the one that will run over the linebacker. Bryce is the one that's saying, "Please don't hit me as a linebacker."
Right.
It's just like it's hard, and as I said, I'm waiting for that swagger from Bryce. I'm waiting for that. Like I said, I'm waiting for a wow moment. And my thing is, gentlemen, I'm just like I'm overly disappointed with not having that wow moment. And we got to keep waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And I get it.
Yep.
He's a rookie. I get it. I 1,000% get it. But Jesus Christ, even rookies have wow moments, fam. Even rookies have wow games.
Yep.
We, from a number one overall pick, have
Oh,
not gotten a wow game. Like he's got it. He's put it together. Has he gotten better? Yes and no. Because if you look at his stat sheet, think they said in the last 3 or 4 games, his QBR is god awful. God awful. Now we can say it's the offense. We can say it's Frank Wright's layover from Thomas Brown trying to do what he can with his offense.
yep.
Hmm.
But even at some point, you still went to, like I said, he went to one of the best high schools in the country. You went to one of the best universities in the country. Yes, now they're saying, oh, His footwork needs to be worked on. Oh, now it's his arm mechanics that need to be worked on. Oh,
Interesting
now
thing
it's his,
about his footwork. Tepper actually went into Frank Art's office and told him, "You need to work on Bryce's footwork."
I saw that.
Right.
I
If
saw
that's
that.
not micromanaging, I don't know what is. If that's not meddling, I don't know what is. Stop meddling. Get your hand out of the cookie jar, Mister Tepper.
Exactly. Um,
That's the difference between meddling and actually learning your team, right there.
I'll I'll say this. I'll say this when it comes to Bryce, which Mr. Carolina, you've made some good points, and I know one of the things I was saying earlier, as this could be argued as Bryce's worst game of the season so far.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'll say this, like, am I ready to give up on Bryce? No,
Mm.
but
Agree.
I think it's definitely obvious that there's a lot that needs to be worked on across the board. And one of the main things, definitely with
He
his game,
wasn't developed.
because if I remember correctly, he didn't throw that much deep in Alabama, did he?
No,
No.
I didn't think so. So I
because of the
mean,
system they were running, though.
yeah. So here's the thing. Like I really I'm starting to believe more and more that as much as with Bryce's struggles, which there have been plenty of this season, the dude is in like the worst situation that he could possibly be in, especially with really nothing at all, teammate wise, like just overall, teammate wise, coaching wise, is really working in his favor. I mean, rookie season, and
So
he's dealing with two coaches, about to have a third one next season. I mean, that's a lot. Play calling wise, like, because I'm under the assumption we're gonna get a whole nother new system next season when it comes to offense, play
yeah,
calling, and whatnot.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
And just O
Mhm.
line not being able to consistently block for him. I mean, they're saying they're saying that he's in line to be the fourth sacked quarterback this season. And
mm,
I just feel like the dude has so much, like, along with his struggles,
half those sacks are on him.
the dude has had so much working against him and not really for him along to this game. And I'll just say this, because I know a lot of people have made up their mind about, is he a bust or not. I mean,
Mm,
everybody's free to feel the way that they want to feel. Could he? Is it potential that he could be a bust? I mean, there's always that possibility. But
I got it.
would I say that this season is really a legit fair assessment as to
No,
whether or not to deem him a bust? I don't think so. I really don't.
I agree with you.
No.
There's a lot of things working against him right now to where you can't judge apples to oranges, against CJ uh in Houston. Plus there's this narrative going around that maybe just because these players are hidden talents in Bama, just because they go to Bama, oh they're so highly rated and maybe they're a little bit overrated, you know?
Hmm.
And that raises my question of, is Bryce Young just a little bit overrated?
Hmm. What how do you feel, Mr. Carolina, just about that? Cuz I think I
Because he
kind of
never
sense.
threw the deep ball, and it just that really started to raise that question for me now.
Okay.
Is he
Yeah.
worth the number one pick one?
Okay. That's fair. That's fair. Mr. Carolina, how do you feel about that?
Um, I'm an LSU guy, so I already hate Alabama players. Uh, so as in that retrospect, now Did he have the greatest arm strength at Alabama? No. Did he have some dime passes down the field? Yeah, you've seen a few of them in the highlight reels. Um, but for the most part, we look, especially quarterbacks out of Alabama, they are, to his point, they are overrated. They don't translate well to the NFL. You could say that at one point about Alabama running backs, about Alabama wide receivers, most of them didn't translate well. Now you had a few, as a Derrick Henry that came in, a Mark Ingram that came in. Mark Ingram whenever wasn't really a stud running back. He was a good serviceable running back, but he wasn't a stud. Derrick Henry is one of the best. But
Mm,
when you look at Alabama, it's about the name.
Right.
It's
exactly.
University of Alabama. It's like, okay, this is cool. You went to this school and you got Nick Saban as your head coach and blah blah blah. But when you look at the overall gist of it, I could see why Bryce Young was overhyped, and we were told he's the most NFL ready because he went to arguably one of the greatest universities football wise in the country.
Hmm.
And so everybody that comes out of University of Alabama, hell, if you come out of an SEC school, they're saying you're NFL
Yeah.
ready.
Good
Yeah.
point. Good
It's
point.
in the SEC school, but um, again, like I said, you and Jay and we've talked before. I met Corey and everything. I was not a fan of Frank Wright. I was not a fan of Bryce Young at first. Like I wasn't. I want to see this Stroud.
Hmm.
I
Mm.
It's not going to sugarcoat that one. And watching them play,
I originally wanted CJ as well.
I wanted either CJ or Anthony Richardson. I'm not even gonna lie. I wanted one of those two because
I
they're
remember.
the they're the yeah. We've had those we had those in-depth
But
conversations. It
for
was
different
Yeah.
reasons.
Yeah. I
one of those
remember.
two because when you look at, and I'm not saying now Bryce has shocked me, and I give him his credit where credit is due. The man can take a hit.
Yeah.
I give him his credit where his credit is due. He can take a hit and
And
keep.
that was my overall concern when we were drafting him. I said, how is his durability? If his durability isn't great, then we need to go for CJ because our offensive line still was not fixed at that point.
And he can say he can take it, and that's what I'm saying. But
Yeah, he
even
made
with
me
that
hit
one,
Krill on that one.
he said, but even with that, and that's what I said. This is the part that concerns me and worries me. Bryce Young, for as much credit as he was given,
Hmm.
and I say this in the most sincere and nicest way,
Okay.
doesn't have that wow factor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that wow factor. Like when, I'm sorry to keep going back to this, but I just like I have to.
No, you good. Let it out. Let it out.
When Cam came on the field, whether we were down 1 or down 50, I'm like, okay, Cam ain't gonna let us, like, we're not gonna get pumped. When Cam steps on the field, something good is going to happen when he steps on this field. With
Facts.
Bryce, I'm just kind of like, oh, okay. He's gonna panic and throw the ball behind Miles Sanders and watch it go out of bounds. He's going to miss a wide open, even Stephon Sullivan. He missed Stephon Sullivan down the field and he was wide open. And I'm
Going
just like,
over his head like 20 feet over his head.
dude, what are you doing? Like, and these are plays, y'all. And this is part that I'm trying to get to the point of making.
Not being
These are
developed
plays,
properly.
that too, but you just these are plays where he's being pressured, but he still has time. But it's I don't know, I want to call it shell shocked, but again, you went to a I'm not can't even solve it. We can call it not developed properly, but fam, you went to modern day. Do you understand that, like, that man is the epitome of perfection at that university? Like, I literally watched their highlights and their game. I was looking forward to watching modern day games on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding.
I mean, he won a
Because
Heisman Trophy, so I mean,
yeah, he went
True.
to you went to Alabama. We're not talking about Alabama
Can't
A&M.
even
We're
use
not
the
talking about
Heisman
Alabama
Trophy
State.
argument.
But
because the
even
last few people that have actually won the Heisman Trophy have done nothing in the NFL.
but even with that one, you went to one of the greatest universities in the country.
Right.
You went to a quarterback guru is Nick Saban.
Yeah.
That's who you are supposed to be. So you should be ready coming here. And it's like when we were making the debate, and that's why I said CJ Stroud. When you can do that to University of Georgia's defense,
Mhm.
when you can go out there and just carve them up like it's nothing.
Mhm.
Mm.
UGA, the school that I got recruited to, there's a reason they're always one of the best teams in the country. And he just went out there and he did his thing. Bryce Young didn't light up UGA like what CJ Stroud did. He just like he didn't. But again, David Tepper wanted to buck the trend. I have to get a 5'10", 185-pound quarterback because it hasn't been done in the history of the NFL. Well, Mr. Tepper, there's a
I don't think that's why he got him. He just
it
he likes
Bam,
what he saw,
it
and
is. It is. It
Mm.
is. He wanted to
Interesting.
buck the trend. It is. We can
mm,
debate that one until Jesus comes back. He wanted to buck the
I may
trend.
have to push back on that one. I don't think it's the size issue argument's been thrown out the window. We're not even worried about that because Russell Wilson was already successful in the NFL, and he was what
What was
5'10"
Russell
too.
Wilson's what was
So
Russell Wilson's size? What's his weight?
5'11". Here,
He
I'll pull
what?
it up. I'll pull it up.
5'11". See,
No, no,
but
no.
he
What was
was
his
still
no no no.
successful
Nah, he
though.
wants
What
he
was
wants
his
the
That
weight
weight?
wow
as well.
factor
Hold on,
to
hold
him.
on,
What
hold
was
on.
his
Let's
weight?
get the weight. Russell Wilson, 5'11", 215.
But he
Thank you.
actually was developed properly with a good coach. We Bryce Young was not.
We talking about
We
size
had
though,
no
fam.
system. We had a
And
bunch of
then
wide receivers from the Island of Misfit Toys from 6 different systems, and you're trying to put it together like a Madden roster, and it doesn't work.
and then if you want to
Corey,
take it
So
if you want to take it
that's not.
another
Hold on.
level, Drew Brees, because I know Drew Brees is mentioned as well.
What was his
Six
weight?
6 feet, 209 pounds.
Okay,
I'm
y'all see
not
where I'm
worried
going
about the
here.
size and weight.
Y'all see
What
what
I'm
I'm
worried
no.
about is the durability.
It was the point that I'm making though, fam. It's the point that I'm making. Russell Wilson was drafted where?
He
Seattle,
was drafted
No, no, no. What round? What round?
third,
What pick?
third round,
Okay.
75th pick.
third round.
Drew
You
Brees
don't
was
have to
drafted.
be a Heisman
Hold,
winner
hold,
to
hold,
come
hold
into the
on, Corey.
league.
Let him finish his
Hold
point,
on.
Corey. Let him finish his point.
You
Um,
gotta.
Drew
Drew Brees was
Brees,
where?
Drew Brees round two, 32nd pick.
Okay, so now we're comparing Bryce Young. I'm trying to make the point. Comparing Bryce Young to these quarterbacks, right? But they were not drafted first overall. So that's when I said bucking the trend. Not saying he can't be great, but you don't take that risk on something that has never been done in NFL history with the first overall pick. You
I
don't
see his
trade
point.
what we don't trade that capital for a 5'10", 185-pound quarterback. You don't do that. There is a reason that small quarterbacks, that again, Russell Wilson, arguably a first ballot Hall of Famer. Drew Brees, without question, a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Mhm.
Bryce Young does not touch them in any statistical category, not even close. Not even close.
I can see his
But he was
point.
but he was drafted first overall. Drew Brees was a technician, but he wasn't even drafted first overall.
That is true.
Doesn't have the skills of Drew Brees or Russell Wilson. First of all, he's not going to get to that level. Second
So
of
why
all,
was he drafted
he's
first
being
overall? That's
developed.
my point. That's my
He's being
point.
developed by a coach that has no idea what he's supposed to be doing.
I
You know, the
I
guy that they call the quarterback whisperer, quote unquote.
I
Come on, man.
I think the thing
Cool.
I think the thing is the fact that he was drafted the first round. I mean, yeah, we have the coaches and all that in place, but I I think what Mr. Carolina
You
is
know,
saying is the fact that we sold the farm. We traded up the farm for to take a chance on a quarterback of that size in the first round. That's why he's
we
specifying
weren't
the
even
first
sure what
round.
quarterback we were actually going to take. The whole they say that the whole uh front office was on the same page. But we all know Tepper's lying. We all know that man's lying through his teeth. It was divided as heck.
Now, yeah, now that,
The
Mr.
fan base
Carolina,
is this divided. Of course, the front office is that divided.
now that I can understand, being that it's kind of come out in the open that there's a lot of dysfunction within the staff and the coaching staff, not
Hunger
being on the same
Games.
page. Yeah, so
Hunger Games.
I mean both points are fair. It's just my whole
We
thing
want
is, I mean, I'm skeptical of what we would have in Bryce with a more well-built team around him to see what that looks like. I'm curious. I'm curious because I'm sure, like y'all, I'm getting sick and tired of the whole quarterback carousel. We have run through
Same here.
quarterbacks like lottery tickets.
Yep.
Like it's
Mm-hmm.
ridiculous how we keep running through quarterbacks. And it's
Mm-hmm.
like so many folks want to look down and talk down on Cam, but Cam, until he got hurt, let me specify that, until he got
Yeah.
hurt. Let's keep it real. Until he got hurt, he has been the most consistent quarterback that we've had in like the last handful of years before he even left the team, and came back, or excuse me, after he left the team, but before he came back for the second stint. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
So it's really rough. It's really rough, and just okay. Now let me ask you both this.
Mm-hmm.
So do y'all believe that it's safe to say, because week 8 was the one and only victory. Bryce Young was 22 of 31, 235 yards, a touchdown, no interceptions. He did get sacked 6 times. Do you think? Do you believe we won't see anything similar or better than that the rest of the season from Bryce Young?
Who's starting?
Uh,
I'll start.
go for it.
No, because Thomas Brown is running the playbook and he's running Frank Wright's playbook. Okay.
Okay.
If he's running Frank Wright's playbook, you're going to see the same garbage over and over and over again. You're going to
Okay.
see the same stupid things that we've been seeing, to where we're we're not running good routes. We're overthrowing wide open receivers, and it's just we're running Miles Sanders into a stacked box. It's just stupid stuff. We're throwing it on third and fourth down, and short. It's stupid stuff like that needs to go. Thomas Brown needs to go.
Okay.
Like, if you want improvement, use a different playbook.
Interesting. Okay. Mr. Carolina?
um
And part of that is Bryce as well. I will say that.
Okay.
I would say this, um keep Thomas Brown, because to this point, do I agree with everything that he's doing? But we got to know. But keep in mind, this is a man that's his first year calling plays. And he's not even calling plays out of his playbook. This is still Frank Wright's playbook with a
Yep.
few wrinkles in it. So we can't expect much to change mid-season when you've already instilled your playbook for the year. This is not Parks and Rec. This is not middle school. This is professional playbook that has been put into play. Now, to the point that we keep talking about with Miles Sanders in his box, I'm over Miles Sanders because, again, Chuba Hubbard's running to the same boxes Miles Sanders is running into, but he's more productive with his runs.
Yeah, but
We
how
got to
many
stop.
people are in the box?
It's the same box, Corey. It's the same
You can
box.
count them. There's 7
They're,
people in the box in when we were trying to get in
they're
the
not
end zone
back.
on the
They're
one
not
yard
back there
line.
because Chuba Hubbard's in the game, cuz it's the same box.
Oh,
We
so
keep
Chuba
saying
Hubbard could run into us.
Miles Sanders had a good game.
So
What was his?
Chuba Hubbard could run into an 8-man box of the end zone on the 1 yard line and
Why are
score.
we making excuses for Miles Sanders?
So Chuba could do that, huh?
What has he been
Okay.
doing the past 2 games? Cause
We've
like,
been
what's
doing this
he
over
doing?
and over and over again with
Well,
Miles Sanders, and we expect him not to do something. Yet you see Miles Sanders break off in a big run when you give him a gap.
I
Miles
mean,
Sanders
That's
was
the
hop
O-line.
jumping and skipping to get through that gap, fam.
I
Are you
mean,
kidding? He
to
was.
to
That's the O-line finally doing their job.
I mean, it's week. It's what? Was this week 14? I mean, here here's
The,
here's the thing. Like, to be fair, we got to understand something with this running back battle. And it's kind of like the same argument that we could say about, say, Brian Burns. Right now, Brian Burns supposedly wants $30 million money, but
that
he's
ain't
not
happening.
playing like a $30 million player.
Nope.
Um, and I think we gotta be honest with ourselves. Miles Sanders got that big contract to come here. I mean, it hasn't really been adding up. And don't get me wrong. I was on board. I was trying to stay hyped about Miles Sanders because I was thinking, okay, he's finally going to break out. I mean, we saw what he did with Philly. He's finally going to break out. Finally going to break out. Unfortunately, it hasn't really happened. Like, he got the big run. Yes, that was great. 48-yard run. That was awesome.
I
You got
was
to fix
excited
the
about that.
O-line.
I was with it.
Yeah.
I was up cheering.
You got to fix the O-line, and you got to use him correctly and stop running him into a 7 to 8-man box. Audibles, which Thomas Brown does not know how to do, Frank does not know how to do, and neither does Bryce at the NFL level.
I think
Because
the
how are you going to have audibles if you don't even have a solid playbook in the first place?
but I think the argument is they've been running both running backs into the same boxes here and there, but Chuba has won the battle. I mean let's just keep it real. Like, when it comes to combining those two,
Okay,
I can't
so
speak
Miles Sanders is trash then.
I can't
Okay.
I I can't speak for like any other combinations or whatnot, but being that both have been like on rotation, like, I mean, one has won more times than the others when it comes to that. The only thing that Miles has been able to do, he's had the biggest run. He's definitely had the biggest run. So, I mean, and the
So
only
I'm
and the
giving you
only reason why I point that out is because it's in the stats. That's the only thing that I'm throwing out there. I mean,
if I'm giving you superstar paycheck, I want superstar production.
exactly.
Overpaying him, I don't think anybody disagrees with that.
So that's what
Okay.
I'm saying. It's like me bringing in the greatest basketball player, and your ass give me fucking 4 points a game, 1 rebound, and a
Yeah,
half of
we're
assist.
overpaying him.
So if I'm bringing you in for a certain amount of money, I don't give a damn if I put 12 motherfuckers in the box. Give me some yards because I'm paying you to do a job. And
Expect him to
again,
get
I'm
two
gonna
or
go.
three at
I'm
least.
not. I'm not going to compare him to this man. But that's what I'm saying. Y'all got to. It's like spare me with that shit, man. Barry Sanders had no offensive line. Somebody was constantly in his face. But that man
Let's see,
consistently made
Miles
yards.
Sanders is not Barry Sanders.
I
That's
just said, Corey, you got to listen, cuz I literally just said I'm not comparing him to this man. I literally just said that. Not comparing him to him. But if I'm paying you a certain amount of money to come in here to be that dude, you should not be being brought down by one man, hell, not even two. Arm tackles should not bother you. Arm tackles bother Miles Sanders. That's what the point I'm trying to make here. I'm not saying that we shouldn't switch up the offense. I'm not saying it's cool that we don't throw the ball downfield. But if I'm paying you RB1 money, I want RB1 production from my RB1, not my RB2. My RB2 is outplaying my RB1 But when you hype this man coming in, and I was looking forward to Miles Sanders.
Same,
I'm
same.
looking up his stats. I'm looking up all that shit. So I'm with you. I'm not discrediting this man. I'm not saying he's a bum. I'm saying we paid him to come in and be an RB1, and the motherfucker's giving us RB4 production.
Yeah,
The
I
offensive
think we
line,
can
yeah,
all
it is what
agree
it
on
is.
that. Yeah,
Uh,
The
that's
offensive line
fair.
is what it is, but Chuba Hubbard's running behind the same offensive line. What's his excuse? As a
that's
running back, and this is coming from a
That's
former running
fair.
back. I'm not talking about for me as somebody that was a scrub. I'm talking to somebody that got recruited to some of the best schools in the country. You can look at my stats. I'm talking from a running back perspective. If you're recruiting me to be that running back, and I come in as a fourth running back in your school, the head coach will look at the running back coach like, why did you bring this fool to my university? Why did you bring him here? Because he's not producing. Miles Sanders was brought here to be that guy.
yeah. I
He's not.
mean,
He's
Fair
not going to be
point.
Christian McCaffrey. We get that. Cool. Nobody's expecting to be Christian. Christian McCaffrey was once in a generation talent because he's still. I got excited watching San Francisco game because I missed him in our uniform. That's how
yeah,
much I was watching San Francisco.
yeah,
So when I look at Miles Sanders, and again, not comparing the two. Let me say this again. Not comparing the two.
right.
When I'm looking at Christian McCaffrey, I'm like, we really let him go. We really let him get out the door. For what? And then yes, we had a little bit more production
We got
with
good value out of the picks, but we didn't get anything for those picks.
we didn't get for Christian McCaffrey, we didn't get nowhere near value. Christian
Right.
McCaffrey is worth at least 3 first-round picks. We
Yeah.
got nowhere near value. Nowhere near. Scott, and then it goes to the
I
incompetence
actually
of Scott
disagree
Fitterer.
with the picks that we got. I agree with it, but the value of the picks that of the players that we picked up with those picks were not worth that value.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Um,
That's what I'm trying to make because we got like what 3, 4, 5 picks out of that. Yeah, the value's there as far as like the trade value. But when we go to pick up those players with those picks, we got nothing for it. Nothing.
now, which I mean, yeah, I can see the argument at that. And then to further enhance what Mr. Carolina was saying, we got to also remember Miles Sanders was coming off a Pro Bowl year,
Yeah.
and a Super Bowl appearance. So
Mm-hmm.
I can definitely understand the
Mm-hmm.
backlash that Miles gets, because I mean, my my whole thing was I was shocked that we even went out and got him, because I was really under the impression we were going to push hard to get Deontay Foreman or somebody of that caliber. I really was not expecting Miles to be out of Philly. You know what I mean? After they just went to a Super Bowl and played in the Super Bowl. Of course, they didn't win, but yeah, that's the whole thing with that. And which kind of makes me um want to transition to this next part.
My
How
bad. I never answered your question though, Jay. I never answered your question. My bad. My bad. The question: Do I think we'll see that production from like that Texans game again?
Oh yeah,
No.
for Bryce.
No.
No.
No,
Okay.
No.
Mm, okay.
I I don't see it unless.
no. Okay.
But let me. No, but what I did like that Thomas Brown did do, if you notice when I watched the game, again, there was more running backs shipping the defensive end. There was more tight ends helping the tackles block. Like they were allowing Bryce Young
Mm-hmm.
more time to sit back there. Like you watched the game, you saw Chuba Ahmad, they were shipping the defensive ends, then going out on their routes. You saw Tommy Trimble or Ian Thomas helping the tackles block more.
Mhm.
Again, to allow Bryce Young more time to throw the ball.
Right. Right.
So, uh, who do we play next?
We play the Falcons.
Falcons.
Uh, that's the game he had the 2 pick sixes to the safe. I mean, the 2 picks to the safety.
Yeah, Jesse
Um,
Bates. Yep.
I see.
I mean,
I can
it's
see Bryce going for at least
I'll give him. I'll give him 200 yards passing. I'll give him 200 yards passing because again, I want to believe in this kid. I really, really, really do. I want to say, okay, cool. I want to say this is some rookie stuff. I want to say give Thomas Brown an off season to actually because put his offense in. Like I said, this is not Thomas Brown's offense. This is Frank Reich's offense. There's two different systems. Frank Reich came from McVay's coaching tree. If you look at how the Rams run their plays and how Indianapolis ran their plays last year, it's not close. You can clearly see this is
Yep.
Frank Reich's offense. This is not Sean McVay's
Mhm.
offense. It's
Right.
not even close. So he's trying to do what he can. We're trying to bringing a little of the offense he learned from McVay, but still keeping and not trying to overwhelm Bryce
Mhm.
with it. But if you look, Bryce looks slightly more comfortable
Right.
under Thomas Brown. If y'all notice that he's like, okay, cool. I'm under center. I can do this. But again, yes. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes. He's gonna have one breakout game where we're gonna look and be like, okay, that's the number one pick we were hoping for. That
Mhm.
gives us hope for the future. So I'll change my mind. I'll say yes. I think he's gonna have one.
Okay. Fair
I'm,
enough.
I'm gonna believe in the kid. I'm gonna believe in the kid. I'm hoping.
So, but like I said, kudos. I'll say this: kudos to both Miles and Chuba on the running game this past Sunday. Like I said,
Yep.
that a couple
Yeah.
of big runs from Bryce Young. 204 total rushing yards there. I mean, did you know 2 times better than what the Saints rushing game did. I mean, Kamara did get the one rushing touchdown, but you know we kept them out of 100 yards rushing,
Shout out
even
to the
total.
defense.
That's
Shout out to
because
our
we're finally
defense.
using the offensive line for what they're purposed for. They're supposed to be run blockers, majority.
And
Shout
then
out to the defense, fam. I'm sorry. Shout out to the defense. The
yeah,
defense hold it down. Shout out to him, man.
yeah,
I did.
defense definitely. I mean, oh, and
Let's start with Brian Burns. Since we're going into defense, he only had one tackle,
yeah,
and
once
one pressure.
once 30.
Shout out
That's
to
it.
Lou. Shout out to
Once
Luvu.
shout out to Luv.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's wanting all of that money.
shout out to Derek Brown.
Stud.
Yes, sir. Derek
Let
Brown.
let me tell you, it is difficult to find
That man
supreme
ate
premier
in that
defensive
game.
tackles, and I think we got to lock him in long
Quickly.
term.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You see where he
Yeah,
threw
man.
Kamara like he was a rag doll?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was hilarious. I was
not
like,
to
Lee.
not to mention the dude knocked down a pass into his
And then
own
intercepted it.
hands
Yes.
and intercepted
Oh,
it.
yep.
This man has 2 interceptions, one from last season as well.
Yep.
And if you look at this man's stats along the way, this is his 4th year. They've been improving little by little. Like
Mm-hmm.
we need to keep him long term. It is so difficult locking down those premier defensive tackles, especially with the system that we've been using. And he's been doing his thing.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely got to give a big shout out to him. And he's only 25. He's only 25. So
Mm-hmm.
big shout out to him. Uh, I mean, it's good to see J.C. Horn back in the lineup as well. Um, hopefully he will be able to finish this season, these remaining games. Uh, which J.C.
This
Horn
is
had,
what I wanted this corner room to look like, you know,
yeah,
with the exception of maybe a draft pick corner, which would have been Stanley Thomas Oliver. No, not him. Hodges Tomlinson. I'm sorry.
gotcha. Hodges Tomlinson.
Hodges Tomlinson would be that fourth corner, and you'd have one of the best corner sets in the NFL if you can keep them on the field and healthy. That's the
Yeah.
problem. Dante and JC can't stay healthy to save their lives.
Yeah,
And keeping that turf on the field, Mr. Tepper isn't helping.
good
But
points.
that corner room looks beautiful, for what it is. We
So,
finally got them all back. And CJ's
indeed.
getting better. I mean, that's something positive to look forward to if you can keep all these players.
Well, I hate this now. CJ, I think it might be too little, too late.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
yeah, agreed.
What about you, Mr. Carolina? Are you pretty much done with CJ?
Um,
I'd like
I
to.
would love to see. I would love to see him come back as a nickel corner, not an outside corner. I'm not gonna say I'm done with him.
Okay.
Because the young
That's
man,
a
like
fair
I
idea.
said, I'm not. I want to see him not as a one or two corner because that's not his skill set.
Hmm.
But
Right.
do I feel like he could be a serviceable nickel corner? Absolutely. Um,
Okay.
and we're in a position where we need cornerback depth badly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like
So
that.
is he a nice spot in starter? Sure, long as it's not Mike Evans. Long as it's not
Right.
against Mike Evans,
Yeah. Good
Agreed.
point.
he can be a spot starter. But I would like to see him do
Justin
well.
Jefferson.
I would, yeah, him too. Jesus Christ, I would like to see um I would like to see us invest in more cornerback depth. I would like to see us open the bag to get a legit number one. Um, because Thielen will be what 34, 35 next season.
Yes. Who is
34.
on his way to 1,000 yards receiving?
Shout out
Surprisingly.
to him. Jeez. Hey,
Yeah, he's
look,
at 827 right now. Next August he turns
Ooh.
34.
I got
but
some breaking news for you. North Carolina redshirt sophomore quarterback Drake May tells ESPN that he is foregoing the remainder of the eligibility of North Carolina to declare for the NFL draft. This is coming from Adam Schaefer, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yep,
Very interesting.
that's big for
Uh,
everybody that wants a quarterback who wants Bryce replaced. There you go.
um
We don't in particular, but for those that do.
1 second, I got a super chat. Thank you, David, for the super chat. Much appreciated. David Screws, ladies and gentlemen, says Derek Brown, apparently a Panthers group, says we need to trade him to the Steelers, which is ridiculous. Oh, heck no.
Whoa,
why
no,
would we do that?
no,
Why
Oh,
would we do
heck
that?
no. I don't
That's
know.
dumb.
I don't know what
no.
group. I don't know what group suggested that, but
They
no.
should be fired. They should be fired.
Yes, but I'm not gonna say it.
So, and actually, thank you for mentioning that, David, because it actually makes
Wow.
me segue into this point, and I'm gonna get caught up in the on the chats shortly. But I'm hearing a lot of folks, fellas, I'm hearing a lot of folks saying that we may need to just go on ahead and just blow this whole thing up and start from scratch. How do y'all feel about that? Just
I've been hearing it all year, every year, and
Um,
I'm to the point where I don't want to see that happen. But
okay.
the thing is, when you don't hire a good head coach here, and Chris DePore doesn't get the job, which we know he won't, because it's Tepper, then most of this team is going to leave anyway that aren't under contract.
Okay. Um.
So you're essentially blowing it up anyway just by doing that. They're waiting for that decision of who you're hiring as a head coach before they make their move. Some of
Okay.
them are just here to get a bag. Some of them are just saying, "Well, screw this sinking Titanic," and leaving with them.
Yeah.
And Adam Thielen is under contract, but I could easily see him leaving after his contract is up because he's a Frank Wright enthusiast.
Yep. That has been
He
said.
will not stick. No
That
matter
has.
what happens, he will not stick, I don't think.
Okay. Mr. Carolina.
um, Let me, John. Ask me the question one more time so I can give a straight answer.
So a
And
lot of folks are thinking, hey, let's blow this whole thing up and start from scratch. Like, get rid of everybody and just like, trade, get as much draft capital if possible, even if this means trading away every last best player that we have and just get as much draft capital as possible.
No, no, that's not going to solve your problem. You need better coaching. You need leadership. No matter no matter what players you bring in, you've got to develop them and you've got to coach them.
Okay. Um, Miss
um,
Carolina?
no, I would say no. It depends. Defensively, I would definitely say no. Don't blow it up because there's too much potential. There's too much talent.
Right.
Defensively, we have,
Exactly.
and to me, that is if you're trying to lure in an offensive-minded coach. And I hope we don't just do that. Just bring in the best coach. Bring in a leader of men. I don't give a damn if it's offense, defense, special teams. Just bring in a leader of men. That's why you have assistant coaches. That's why you have bring somebody that's able to lead men. Um, Offensively, you can just hit a nuclear bomb on
Offensively,
that one.
blow it up.
Yeah, you can put a nuke bomb on that one. I don't give what because
Absolutely.
we we look pathetically bad
I
at
want
certain
players from
points.
one system. One
And
system.
I would say to that point, if your best receiver is going to be 34 next year, then you've dropped the ball
Mm,
terribly,
oof.
personnel wise. Chark is going to be gone. Um,
Oh yeah,
I don't know what's going on with Hayden Hurst, but that looks like a
he'll
blunder
be
right
gone.
now. Um,
Yeah. Mm,
we don't. The offensive line needs to definitely be revamped quickly.
Yep.
You need again to go out and find a number one receiver, ASAP Rocky, um,
I
and
see what
then
you did there.
find out. You need to find out what coach and what coordinator, whether it's Thomas Brown, whoever it may be. And again, I hope the coach gets a year to put his offense in that he and whoever the head coach is gets a chance to do that. But if you're seeing that Bryce Young has built a relationship with Thomas Brown, which clearly Ray Charles can see that,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
let them build chemistry because as I was listening to the radio show the other day, um, and they were saying it perfectly. The structure of a great organization has four tiers to it, literally four tiers.
Okay.
You have an owner, the GM, the head coach, the quarterback.
Yep.
You need those four pillars in order to have a successful organization. Again, we go back to the organizations that have had success over the years. The Kansas City Chiefs, the Pittsburgh Steelers. You see it now in Philly, and you see the ones that don't have success. Jacksonville,
Mm-hmm.
Cincinnati actually has something now, but Detroit is actually now getting it together. But you look at hell, us. You look at Atlanta. Teams, if the owner stays where the owner's supposed to be at, the GM is allowed to do his job. The head coach is allowed to do his job. The quarterback is allowed to do his job. It's the synergy of those four pillars
Mm-hmm.
that when they're clicking, you have playoff run after playoff run. Again, from the time we drafted Cam to Jason's point to the time he got hurt, we had synergy between Richardson, whether it was Herney or Gettleman, who didn't really give a damn,
Mm-hmm.
Ron Rivera, Cam Newton. Richardson stayed out of the way. The GM did his job. Rivera did his job. Cam did his job.
And they
This
were
is
all on
It's
the same page.
it's the
facts.
same, exactly the same. It was a trickle
The
down
Lions coach said the
effect.
same thing recently.
Yeah. I mean, I understand folks are going to have their reservations and thoughts about Jerry Richardson personally, But that man stood out of the way and let business be done the way it should have been done.
Yep.
And that's our problem here. Whoever comes in here and as the head coach, and again, I keep joking, but I say it at the same time. Ben Johnson is a pipe dream. Why? Because why in God's green earth would you come to a situation with a meddling owner when I have a gravy ship here in Detroit? And we have to think about it this way. Ben Johnson is going to be the hottest name, if one of the hottest names, if not the hottest name,
Hmm. That's a good
going to
point.
the coaching market. Why the hell would you pick Carolina? Why? When David Tepper is the owner.
What head
And you
coach is
see,
going to want to work with David Tepper?
that's my point. That's what I'm saying. When you're going to have at least, they're talking about maybe minimum, you might have at least 5 or 6 head coaching vacancies open come the off season.
Hmm.
So Ben Johnson, as being one of the hottest names on the market, will have his choice of where he wants to go.
Yep.
Do you really? I mean, yes. If you look at our situation, I mean, this being maybe I'm being a homer. I'll be a homer. If you look at our situation, we have arguably a top 5 defense, top 5, top 7 defense.
Hmm.
Give it. Do I hate the 3-4, but hey, it is what it is at this point.
Same.
Hmm.
We have something. Like I said, a coach can be like, okay, my defense. I know all I have to do is score at least 20 points, and my defense is going to keep us in every game possible because they did it with a rookie quarterback and a Hunger Games offense,
Yep.
a shitty offense, and my defense kept our defense, fellas, has
Excuse me
kept
for
us
just
in
a second.
every game. We've been in every game except for one because of this defense.
Yep.
Every game. So that's a selling point. The second the second one is because a head coach is going to come in here and say, you know what, I see Bryce Young. I can work with that because I'm going to play to his strengths. And again, that's why I implore whatever we do this all season, if we're going to go forward with Bryce Young,
Hmm.
build a system and team around this young man to make sure that it's not him. Give him the offensive line that he needs. Get that young man a number one receiver. Please, Jesus Christ, get him a number one receiver.
Hmm.
Somebody get him a reliable tight end that he can get him a tight end that an offense can fit around. And I said this earlier. Our offense is not tight end friendly.
Right.
It's not tight end friendly because we're lining up. If you're lining up Stephon Sullivan, and no disrespect to him, as your number one pass catching tight end, then there's something wrong.
Yeah, he was typically what, as low as a fourth stringer?
At practice squad at one point,
Yeah.
but now again, no disrespect to him. He worked his tail off. He's actually made some good catches this year, so I'm not even trying to disrespect the young man.
Right.
But if you have a Tommy Tremble in front of you, as much crap as we give him to Ian Thomas, you have a Hayden Hurst in front of you, but that's your go-to.
Yeah, that says something.
We
Yeah.
have an issue. That's what I'm saying. You haven't really addressed the tight end position since Mr. Olsen left, but
True.
um,
And you know
Zach
what's
Ertz became available for a while.
oh
That
yeah.
would have been the answer.
You know what's really sad with the defense, going to Mr. Carolina's point? We've been able to do all of that and we're near the bottom in takeaways and sacks.
which is
How
terrible.
how crazy is that? Like,
Not teaching our guys how to do that.
but the fact that we're still in the top 10 defense and low and near the bottom on the totem pole for sacks and takeaways, like that is shocking.
Who's the D line coach again? That's the guy we need to be asking that question to.
D line coach. Oh, I can pull that up in a
Because
let's see. That would
this has been all
be
year long. We have had a top 10 secondary,
Todd
and this D
Wash.
line is not getting pressure at all.
Todd Wash.
Todd Walsh. That's the person you need to be asking these questions to. We've had a great secondary all year long, and then Todd Walsh has not been getting it done with this D line. He's had plenty of time to teach these guys how to get off their blocks, bull rush, and actually plug up the gaps. And he
Oof.
hasn't done so. So, nope, fire him too.
Hey, I'm with it. I'm with it.
It's an interesting name. Wash.
Yeah, Todd Wash. Um,
I
he
tried to be patient with this man, but he just has not gotten it done.
So a little bit of background on him. He had the same role in Detroit for 2 seasons last year and the year before, and was with the Jacksonville Jaguars 8 seasons as the D coordinator.
Yeah.
Uh,
And how was that Jacksonville D line during that time period?
Wah, wah,
that's
wah.
ooh.
Exactly my point.
Well, hold up. Jaguars allowed the third fewest net passing yards and tied for fifth in the league with 13 defensive touchdowns. Oh, well, this was when he was D coordinator. Well, shoot. Maybe he's a better D coordinator than a D line coach. I mean, because 7 players earned a combined 10 total Pro Bowls back in Jacksonville, the 2017 AFC Championship game. He was the D coordinator. Well, maybe he's just bad as a D line coach. Well,
Maybe his focus was on the defense as a whole, and not on the D line. And he kind of
maybe.
left that alone.
Well, shoot. Well, yeah, I don't know what to say to that. um, uh, so let me catch up on a couple of comments, just a couple of comments.
Yeah, I
Um,
got to look too.
Mr. Gemini says, "What's up, Blitz?" And I'm tired of seeing Bryce for the season. He's sorry. Bryce Young is not accurate on deep balls. He just doesn't have it, at least right now. Bryce is trash. He needed to be on the bench 4 weeks ago. The same game, the same exact script every game for Bryce. No progression at all. Wow, Mr. Gemini going in.
Mm,
He's going in.
yikes.
And then
Mm.
Jeffrey says, live out here in the sticks of North Carolina. I have a little service on my phone now. You and Corey Rock in the spring. Let's do ladies 2-on-2 bikini volleyball. My blood pressure can't take me watching another Panthers game. Dang. Well, at least he's being honest.
See,
Um, let's see. Franchise this phone. Um, I feel like we have Jake Luton and Andy Dalton on this team. We would not be the worst NFL team in the league. Perhaps. Um, let's see. Our new just tying. Okay, that's it. Yeah, I'm not gonna read that. Mr. Gemini. Mr. Gemini also says, and how do y'all feel about Thomas Brown's wife going on Twitter saying we're fired and then deleting her account? I honestly, I, mm, I don't
I
know if
think it's a
it's
yeah,
bummer thing.
like
that's what I think.
I want to get Mr. Carolina's view on this because we've shared ours.
Yeah, what you got, Mr. Carolina?
I think it's a burner account. I
You think
think
it's a
that's
burner?
I think it's a burner account.
Maybe.
Why? Again, I don't. It literally and honestly makes no sense. And I don't know the woman. I don't know Thomas Brown personally. But if you know your husband is coaching for a job, maybe not with this team, but with another one, it's not good business to put your business on social media.
Agreed.
It's not
Yeah.
smart
Yeah.
because it makes look bad to your next employer. Because if things don't go right over there, is this what you're going to do? Now, again, they didn't do this in Los Angeles. They knew he was going to leave there.
Hmm.
No, he was not fired, but it doesn't make logical sense for his wife, knowing this is your husband's profession, to do something this stupid and put it on social media. I'm just
Yeah.
sorry. Just to me, that doesn't make logical sense to me. I'm sorry. It doesn't.
You've never seen any other
Yeah.
players' wives doing that either, or coaches' wives.
And so I said it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
I don't believe she would
It
have done
seemed
that.
off to me too.
It's definitely not normal.
No, no, because that's your husband's livelihood. So now
Exactly.
you're messing up your finances as well because other owners and other head coaches are going to see that and be like, "Oh, this is how we acting.
Yeah.
Nah, we're good. You stay where you are, sir."
And it could be one of those she had a lashing out moment. That's always a possibility as well.
Oh, absolutely.
But I'm with you on that, Mr. I got a feeling it was maybe perhaps a burner and just because the counts deactivated now and just yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and I think Thomas Brown would have stood on that one. If you know, like, if you know you're coaching for not only your future here, hopefully, but the future somewhere else.
Hmm.
The last thing you want is your wife saying something stupid about your current employee because if you already fired,
Facts.
if you already fired, Mr. Tepper has already shown he has no core of firing you. They can hire
Mm-hmm.
anybody to be offensive coordinator for the rest of the season.
True.
So
Yep.
it's not like, oh, we need you here to call plays. No, we don't.
Right.
Right.
I can
Yeah.
I can make anybody call plays, and we can hell. Chris Tabor could call plays. He's been an interim head coach before. He can do it.
This
He'll
is
last out the
true.
rest of the season. This is
Yeah.
an
Facts.
audition. This is an audition to either keep you here or for the next team. I think this is an audition to see what Thomas Brown can do for the next head coach. To say, hey, this is why I want to keep him here because he and Bryce Young have chemistry. They get each other. Bryce feels comfortable with him. Or B, Jesus Christ, this is why I don't want you here. But to this point, there's a reason why Frank Wright lost the coaching staff and why they were doing what they were doing because a lot of the coaches from reports that I've read
Hmm.
were not okay with him snatching play calling back from Thomas Brown because it was a bad look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Which
was a
is definitely a
really,
bad look.
really bad look. So it was like, oh, this is what you're doing? We really don't like you. Okay.
75% of the fan base agrees,
Yeah, it was just like, how dare you do that?
according to a
So
poll.
that's why I said I try to give Thomas Brown some slack because again, this is his first year calling plays. But again, this is not Thomas Brown's system. This is still Frank Wright's system that we're
Yep.
trying to just get through the season with. It's like just get through the season. That way, whatever we do in the off season, if Thomas Brown is back, that head coach can be like, okay, Thomas, what is your plan for Bryce going forward? What are we going to do? How are we going to put him in position? And
Hmm.
then focus our efforts on a number one receiver or definitely fixing the offensive line. Because as much as I love Corbett, he can't stay healthy. But
Someone
Yeah.
in the media needs to ask these questions and
like,
hammer the coaching staff.
what is the game plan? His knees. Once you get a knee, especially as an offensive lineman, once you get those knee problems, they don't just go away. They
Right.
follow you. They keep
That's
happening. It's like, oh God. And then now it's like, okay, what are we gonna do with Icky? Are you gonna keep him at left tackle? You're moving to left guard because Icky ain't going nowhere.
right.
He's
Real.
staying. Taylor Moton's contract, it's too much money. Taylor Moton ain't going nowhere. But
Right.
you can't move
Mm-hmm.
him to guard because it just doesn't make sense. He's not built to be a guard. Bradley Bozeman is a power center, power running center. He's not really built for his pass protection type stuff. That's not his skill set.
Mm-hmm.
So are you going? And you just gave him a 3-year extension, so he ain't going nowhere.
Right.
Right.
So now you have the head coach that has to understand you have three pillars on the offensive line that are not going anywhere. Can you move Bozeman to guard? Possibly, yes. But then what do you do with Christensen and Corbett?
Yeah, because Christensen will
Yeah.
be back next season.
And he and to the point here that the guy was making, you see how important Brady Christensen is to this offensive line.
Right.
Because once he went down, it was like, Jesus Christ, what are we
Everything hit the
doing?
fan.
It was like, shh. So shout out Brady Christensen, please come back because we miss you. I did not realize how important you were to the offensive line, but Jesus Christ, we need you back, please, quickly.
That was our pick selection, y'all.
Yeah.
So, um, and then again, And I know this is a far-fetched scenario, so please don't think this is not where I'm going with this one. Is that coach going to come in here and even like Bryce Young? Is he
Oof.
going to like him, or is he going to be like, you know what, blow it all up? I want my own quarterback. That's
Which
not
is
my
very
quarterback.
possible.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I hope it doesn't, but let's not act like it's not a possibility. You would have a head coach come in and be like, I'll take it, but I don't want him.
Yeah.
Let me get my guy. I'll take a veteran for a year. This first year is going to suck, but the following year I'll get my guy in the draft. It can happen, but
Yeah. Most
I said
definitely.
offensively, I would mm, blow some of it up. But again, there's three pieces of that offensive line, gentlemen, that are not going anywhere. The contracts won't let it. Icky's a top. What was he? Top five, top six. He was top five pick. He ain't going
Icky was
nowhere.
number one. Yeah, he was number one.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't going nowhere. Moses'
Yeah.
contract won't let him go nowhere. Bozeman just got a 3-year extension. He ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
Christensen's coming back,
Mm-hmm.
so that leaves right guard.
Right.
So
We need a system in place before we start moving people around and deciding what we're going to do with people.
exactly.
Exactly.
So what is that new head coach? What is this system going to be? And if you know that 3/5 of your offensive line, Icky is a power running tackle. That's
Hmm.
what he does.
Yep.
Bozeman is a power run blocking center. That's what he
Yep.
does.
Yeah.
Moton is a power run blocking right tackle. That's what he does. That's why
Yep.
Deontay and Tuba looked so good last year because we played to offensive line strengths.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We let them power, not zone run block. We let them power run block.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to have a head coach that understands 3 of my 5 offensive linemen are power run blockers. So let me
Mm-hmm.
play to those strengths because those guys are not going anywhere. So again to that point, these are questions that need to be asked. That's why I wish I was in the
Yep.
social. I wish I was in the media because I would damn sure ask these questions, sir.
Yeah.
Like,
Hey,
what are you doing?
shoot your shot.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
Hey, why not?
I don't think my
Um.
wife wants to. I don't think my wife wants to move to Charlotte.
Fair point. Fair point. Two quick comments from Damian Hernandez. Welcome to the stream. Says Panthers should draft Jerry Rice Jr. Um, he also says to be fair, CMC couldn't stay healthy with the Panthers, so Panthers would have made it a
Yeah.
difference. Well, this is true, but to be fair, we ran them into the ground for like 90+% of our offensive plays. So I mean,
And it
Yeah,
got him
pretty much.
injured. So,
yeah.
yeah.
So
When you build the
Misuse of
whole offense
players
around one
again.
player, like, and you had other weapons, and that's the part that killed me because we had other
Mm-hmm.
weapons.
yep, that we
We
did.
just didn't use them. We didn't
Yeah.
use them.
Um,
Uh,
Mr.
They're doing
Gemini,
the same thing they're doing right now.
yeah. Mr. Gemini says we ran for almost two. No, we ran for 200 yards. Not almost. We ran for 200 yards and still
Yeah, we
lost.
did. Mm-hmm.
why? Because we we can not get for whatever it is, whatever reason it is. It's like this passing game is missing juice. It
Yeah.
looks boring. You'll get a splash play every now and then, but then again, to the gentleman's point, and I don't know about y'all, but I know me. I'm looking for one of those. You ever seen a home run hit where the outfielder like doesn't move? He just turns his head and be like, oh, that's just gone. I'm
Yeah.
looking for that home run play where the corner and the safety are cussing each other out. Because goddamn it, how the hell did you let Mingo or Chart get behind you for a 60+ yard touchdown? Like I'm waiting for that play. That's why I mean that wow play where the corner and the safety are cussing each other out. I'm like, you let him get behind you. I thought we was in this coverage. No, we were in that coverage. I'm waiting for that Greg Olson type touchdown where Sherman and Earl Thomas are yelling at each other like, "We're in cover three. What are you
Oh
doing?"
yeah, when he split the defense.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I'm waiting for that type of play, and that's what I'm saying, fellas. I have so much hope, but it's like game after game, you're like, where are the wow plays that it's like
Yep.
now we have something to roll with.
Mm-hmm.
We and and that's what I say. I can't even say people say, "Oh, I'm a Terrace Marshall Homer." Call me what you want. But that man was open too many goddamn times not to get the ball.
Facts.
Too
Yeah.
many goddamn times. And
Yeah.
then
Facts.
we saw it again with Mingo. Wide open down the field, and Bryce misses him. Come on, bro. Like, come on. You have to hit. Those are the wild plays that we fans are looking. We're just yearning for that wild play. Bryce, I'm like, please, bro, just give me one. I'll take one. This next game, give me one of those wild plays where you hit Chark or Mingo or hell Thielen down the seam for a 60+ yard touchdown. And I can jump out of my seat because I'm going to call y'all and be like, there it is. Okay.
There it is.
Now I don't have to watch football for the rest of the season. No, I'm joking. But I'm just I'm looking for something to get me excited. A big play. Like
Yep.
even with it's yeah, I want y'all to understand. It's sad as it is to say, even with Baker and Sam Darnold, we at least had a few wild plays where they launched that shit down the field, and Robbie chosen stupid Anderson, whatever his name is nowadays, will catch the ball down the field and run into the end zone, or Baker would hit T. Marsh down the field in the seam, and he would moss the corner and just high point it, and you get it for a touchdown or take. It's like even with them, we had wild plays.
Yeah. Not to
We're not.
mention, not to mention with Sam Darnold, we started off 3-0.
We're not getting that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's I like. I'm just. I want to just. I want to plays on offense to get excited about, not just in the running game. That's what I said. The running backs again. That's why I said this past game. I was proud of both running backs. Like when Miles hit that long run, I said, "This. I've been waiting for you, sir.
Yep.
I've been waiting for that." Because he showed the maneuverability. He showed the agility when he's turning the damn defender around like a top. I'm like, okay, okay. You got a little wiggle in your step. You got walk down, but you got a little, okay. I
Oh yeah.
like it. I want to see
Mm-hmm.
more of it.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Build on it.
I'm rooting for you, my dude. I'm rooting for you. Please. DJ
So
Chark,
yeah,
waiting,
DJ.
waiting for you, good buddy. You got my
Yep.
initials.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for you.
I think his
This
last big
playbook
play
isn't
was
built for
Seattle.
explosive plays like that, though.
It's
Yeah.
not, and that's the sad part. I'm with you. We're not. And that's the sad part. We're not built for explosive plays. But whose fault is that?
Frank's
Frank
because he
Reich.
decided I want to get six people from six different systems and try to put it together like an all pro Madden roster
That's
and
Frank Reich
expected that
stuff.
to work.
Yeah. So
You're trying to you're
I
trying to jam
just
three different puzzles into one big puzzle that doesn't even fit.
hey, that's a good way of describing it when
I
you
would have
think about
misfit toys.
it.
These guys
um
have the talent, guys. They've got the talent.
so I wanna pose this to you both because from other podcasts I've been listening to, and I actually want to present this. So off
Here we
season
go.
off season plan. I was looking at the offense because I feel that needs to be like the main focus. And how would y'all feel about, of course, revamping the O line as best as they can? I mean, I know
Mm,
there's some, still under contracts. There's a lot to figure out there, but really spotlight on revamping the O line.
right.
Um, perhaps the idea of maybe drafting a running back, like a power back, perhaps. But how would y'all feel about tag teaming and going after both, say, Mike Evans and uh,
Yes.
either T. Higgins, Hollywood Brown, and I'm gonna throw a fourth one in there because I think he's in the clear now. I think he's gotten himself together. How about a Calvin Ridley?
Yes. I'm
Like,
all for it.
I would not be mad at a T. Higgins Hollywood Brown combo as our 1 and 2. I mean, we still have the evolving Mingo. I mean, if Thielen wants out, so be it. But
Don't blame him.
we got two
Right.
youngins. We got two youngins and Hollywood Brown and T. Higgins that I really feel that I think will really help ignite our offense in the passing game. Not to mention, I feel like if we are capable of snatching up Mike Evans, I know he's 30. I know he's 30, but
But still productive.
we're talking about somebody that's had 1,000 yards receiving since his rookie year every season. Like he just got his 1,000 yards for this season after the game against us. So as much as I can't stand playing against Mike Evans, if we have the collateral to pull a Mike Evans for a couple of seasons, I think we got to pull that trigger.
We're gonna have the draft. We're gonna have the cat space for it. That's for damn sure.
Wait, we don't? Or
No, we will. We should
oh,
have the
we
cat
will. Oh,
space
oh,
for it.
okay. Yeah, cuz
I'm
I
gonna
would,
let y'all say what you're saying before I can jump in.
but I would definitely look at a premier wide receiver or two, if done right, two, because I think we could get 1 to 2 on a steal. Now, I understand Mike Evans will be the most expensive out of the bunch, but, with on here, Calvin Ridley expectation of about a $2,700,000 contract, expectance. Same thing with T. Higgins, a little less, 2,100,000, and then Hollywood Brown, 2 million, almost 3 million. I mean, I think they could afford one or two of these soon-to-be free agent wide receivers for next season to help boast this passing game. Not to mention, they're all in their 20s still, with the exception of Mike Evans, who's 30, but still getting it done. What are y'all's thoughts on that?
I would love a combination of Mikey Evans and T. Higgins, or T. Higgins. No, whatever it is, I need Mike Evans. I've seen too much of him. He's too much like he is. You know what you're going to get with Mike Evans, a big body receiver that is. I can't call him sneaky fast. He knows how to get the job done. He knows
Exactly.
how to get it done. Um, I've not seen T. Higgins as a number one receiver, so I don't know. And that's what he would be coming here to be, is a number one, not a number two, not a number three.
Not
You're
if you
coming here
bring
to
in
be a
Mike
number one.
Evans.
That's what I'm saying. If you bring in Mike Evans, I'm all for it. That's why I said whatever it does, Mike Evans. I want Mike Evans in this uniform because he's the number one. We know if you put Mike Evans is a big body. That's a 6'5", what 6'5", 6'6" receiver.
6'5", 231.
He is what we were hoping Kelvin Benjamin would be. or Devin Funches we would be. That's what we were hoping they would be. Is that big body receiver that can make those contested catches and just use his basketball body to box out the smaller corners. So, but I would sure love Higgins, because if you can imagine a wide receiving room of Mike Evans, T. Higgins, and Mingo and Thielen, just to give that veteran leadership,
Mm-hmm.
that's you're giving Bryce every opportunity to succeed. Every freaking opportunity to succeed. Like at that point, so you have no excuse. You have three legit wide receivers that you can throw the ball to. And if you overthrow them, then you're the problem.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that flat out. You're the problem, because these are guys that have proven to get it done in the NFL.
And
Like there's no excuse with that one.
Solid point.
not to mention, T. Higgins, he's decent size himself, 6'4", 219.
Oh, yeah.
Just a
It's
little.
hard to overthrow Higgins, honestly. He's got humongous wingspan and arm length.
Yeah.
Look,
I've seen that dude make some crazy catches,
I'm watching them right
even
now.
in a
And you
Clemson
can,
uniform.
And Ridley is a little bit shorter. I mean, he's only 6'1", but Ridley,
The Yak Man.
yeah,
That's what
he's
he
a yak
does.
man. He's definitely a yak man. So, and then Hollywood Brown, I mean, he's killing it over there in Arizona. I mean, even on a trash team, like he's doing what he can. Of course, his best season was with Baltimore, but I mean, also shorter, but another yak man.
That is what
So
he does.
I think, and the youngest out of these four are, T. Higgins, he's 24, Hollywood Brown's 26, Ridley's
Mm-hmm.
28, Mike Evans is 30. But I do believe, serious consideration, you gotta make Mike Evans a target. You got to, because that man ain't done yet. That man, 30 years old, he ain't done yet. He ain't done yet. And if we can land a Mike Evans, Bryce has no
Mm-hmm.
excuse, because this is somebody that is capable of mossing somebody. You know how I know that? Because he's done it plenty of times, including to us.
I'm reading a report, Jim, not to cut you here, Jay, that I'm looking at right now from Albert Breer.
What you got?
Offensive coordinator Thomas Brown has been all for holding Young more accountable even before the coaching changes. The good news is that I've heard is offensive coordinator Thomas Brown was already an advocate for pushing more accountability with the team's number one overall pick.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
So and then Jim Caldwell is now the one that is in the room, apparently not with Bryce Young, holding him more accountable, calling him out for his 13 for 36 for only 137 yards and 48 passer rating, which was quoted as unacceptable.
So is this Caldwell or is this Thomas Brown holding him more accountable?
Both.
oh
Both?
man, holding Bryce more accountable.
Ooh.
Oh shoot, dang.
Fire Thomas Brown, please. Fire him today.
Mm.
This is
Or
ridiculous.
wait, are they holding Bryce more accountable or holding Thomas Brown more accountable?
Bryce Young.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure I heard
Bryce
that
Young,
correctly.
obviously.
Yeah, I was making sure I heard that correctly.
Yeah,
Wow.
they're not going to flip flop on that. Come on. Fire Thomas Brown immediately. This is getting ridiculous.
No, hold his ass
Now we're doing
accountable.
this, huh? You
Yeah, I'd
failed to
hold
get
his
all
ass.
the venom out of this, out of
Mm,
out of
No,
the body here,
if
and
you
it's still poisoning the well.
if you're number one overall pick, dude, I'm not. You're not to be coddled. And I can't coddle you
Yeah.
True.
as a grown man, fam. No, fire him for what? For holding a man accountable? You're a grown man being paid
No, no.
$34
What I'm
million
saying is
dollars.
Thomas Brown is still using Frank Wright's playbook. Yeah, he wants to hold the quarterback accountable for his mistakes of play calling. That's half the problem here. Bryce is the rest of it
Okay, so
because
what
he's
is
not executing.
what is wrong with holding him accountable for his parts in the sacks and interceptions and the stupid plays? That's
That's
what he's
not
holding him
what I'm
accountable
saying.
for. But that's what he's holding him accountable for. Hold the man accountable for your sorry ass plays. Cool. Your first year off. That's like Thomas Browns are being held accountable by the owner. Again, that's why I said he's already on trial.
Gotcha.
He's coaching for his job. So if I'm at Thomas
I'm
Brown,
not even
if
worried
I'm
about
being
this
held, if
anymore.
my feet are being held to the fire, your feet are going to be held to the fire, rookie or not, because a lot of these plays that you've seen, if you're supposed to be this NFL ready quarterback, a lot of these throws, again, even Bryce, if you see Bryce's expressions on some of these throws, he's like, damn, I should have thrown that sooner. I should have read that better. I
Hmm.
should have done this. And I'm not saying everything is his fault. No. But as a number one overall pick, I should be able to hold you accountable as a grown man. That you have a C on your motherfucking chest for a reason. You have a C on it.
This is
It
true.
doesn't it doesn't stand for child,
This is true.
captain. So if you fucking can't hold your captains accountable, who the fuck are you holding accountable, bro? You're a captain,
Yeah, I
not the man at the bottom of the ship.
Yeah,
Captain.
I see what he's saying, mainly because,
yeah.
it's a domino effect as well. And at the end of the day, I mean, yes, he made it to the NFL, but he still has to perform. So,
You gotta do your job.
yeah.
Everybody's here to do a job. You don't get a participation trophy for showing up. Do your job. You're a grown man. If my plays suck, you know what? Make them better. You think every play they called for goddamn Joe Montana was a fantastic one? Every play that Peyton Manning
That's what
had was a
Peyton
great
Manning
one?
did.
He made it make sense. Make it make
Mm-hmm.
Make it
sense.
make sense.
Peyton
So,
Manning was out there audibling plays all the time.
Yep.
Make it make sense.
so in that aspect, Mr. Carolina, with some of Bryce Young's post game comments and the press conferences and stuff, do you feel like, because it seems like he's saying the right things as far as taking responsibility? Hey, that's on me. That's on me. Do you feel that it's all talk just to say the right things, or do you really feel he is taking responsibility and is en route to improve or adjust?
I think he is. Like I said, I still believe in the young man.
Okay.
I really believe he does.
Okay.
Again, every level that he's played at, he's taken accountability.
Hmm.
He's gotten better. He's trying to improve. So I don't think it's just smoke that he's trying to blow up. I think he really understands that this play is not acceptable, especially for the number one overall pick. As I said, not only it's one thing as an athlete. And I said I can just give. No, I have not made it to that level, but I can just even with my own kids. If I can't hold myself accountable as a grown man, how can I expect myself to hold anybody else? It's like if I'm the coach,
Hmm.
I should be able to hold my quarterback accountable, and my quarterback should be able to hold his offense lineman accountable. We should be able to hold his wide receivers accountable. So Thomas Brown and Jim Caldwell should be able to look at Bryce and be like, look, dude, we need better. I need you to do better. And as a grown man, you should be able to take that criticism and be like, okay, this is what I need to improve upon. Now, Bryce, as a man, knows this is not the level of play that he wants for himself. And
Right.
if you know that, then you holding me accountable, sir, is not going to hurt my feelings because I hold myself to a higher standard than you do.
Hmm.
So you're just putting that extra charge in my back. That's why I said I'm hoping to God that we see a different Bryce Young for the rest of the year, and
Right.
that this off season he's taking whoever the head coach is, and I hope that the process is exhausting as hell. But that I hope that Bryce Young is sitting in or has input on that meeting, especially if he's going to be your franchise quarterback.
Right.
He and that head coach need to be on the same page. And if it's going to be Thomas Brown, whoever the hell it's going to be called, helping them call plays, make sure it's only one voice in that young man's ear.
Only one.
One voice. Not 50 of them, not a Wright, not a Jim Caldwell, not a Deuce Staley, not a Thomas Brown. One voice.
One.
Pick it. Let them grow. I don't give a damn if y'all spend all off season together. Make it make sense. Make it work. That's all I gotta say. That's it.
Fair point.
I want to see this. I want to see this team do good. I'm sick of sitting here in a depressive state every Sunday watching this team play. Because this
I
is
agree.
6 years in a row where every Sunday I'm like, why the fuck am I looking at this? What am I looking at?
Mm.
Why am I
Yeah.
spending 3.5 hours away from my wife and my kids to watch this depressing football?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's sucking the life out of the fan base. Let's keep it real.
Absolutely.
Like,
I said, for all this, I might go watch soap operas with my wife. I might as well just watch that and be depressed.
yeah.
I
This is,
literally played Madden while I was watching the live stream.
Shoot.
I got so
it's just,
sick and tired of it.
bro. I wanted to go. I wanted to go work out. I wanted to go DoorDash or something. Just forget the game was even on.
Yeah,
Like for
I
what?
feel you. Like,
Right.
and that's the thing. But I just, man, David Tepper, man, just he's got to make better decisions and just,
Yep.
and it's got to be a domino effect. It's got to,
No, he needs to delegate the decision making to somebody that actually understands this franchise and knows how to do this job properly.
yeah, yeah, that's true.
He just needs to get his hand out of the cookie jar, period. I'm done with it.
Oh, not to get totally off subject, but according to, I don't know how accurate this is, but according to first sources, Dean Smith is finalizing a move to become Charlotte FC's next head coach. Huh.
Steve Smith.
Yeah, Dean Smith.
I'm not interested in the Charlotte soccer team right now. I'm really
Same.
not.
I just figured I'd throw that in there. Anyway,
And by the way, Mr. Tepper has already fired one coach from that soccer team.
I thought it was two. It was one?
Two? Is it two now?
I was thinking it was two, but it might be one.
Lordy.
Huh.
He can't keep his hand out of the cookie jar.
Yeah,
He's just got to interfere. He's got to meddle.
but yeah,
He's an idiot.
we got so much to fix this offseason. And honestly, not only do we have so much to fix this offseason, but you know, we got some questions to answer for the defense as well as the offense. Cause I mean, I really want to see JC Horn flourish, but can he make it through a season without getting hurt? That's really,
Same with Dante.
yeah, same for Dante Jackson. And the thing is, like, I'm so hopeful because
Two.
we've seen what
Goodness.
JC Horn can do. A healthy JC Horn that stays on the field is a wrecking crew. And there's also, oh, and if we do not keep Frankie Louvu, I'm a pitch a fit.
That's a
I
fact,
will
bro.
absolutely lose my crap.
I will pitch an ever loving, fury filled fit
Same here.
if we let Louvu walk.
Absolutely.
I'm not even kidding on that one.
You better pay him.
Because he's been playing a lot better than Brian Burns, that's for sure.
Playing against him is like playing against Thomas Davis, Luke Kuechly, AJ Klein. You don't want to do that, bro. Sign him. Pay him.
Now y'all might be able to get away with, franchising
Tried
him
that with
if
Julius Peppers. We saw the results of that.
right. Yeah, y'all might be able to get away with maybe franchise tagging him if y'all decide to let Burns walk or whatnot. But if y'all let Frankie Louvu walk,
I'll be livid.
Like, I can't
I
be held.
told y'all how he can take his game to the next level and be captain of this defense, leader of this defense.
Exactly. That is, if there's one person, besides of course Derek Brown, but Derek Brown will be here. He'll still be here for a bit.
Derek Brown ain't going nowhere for a long time.
Yeah.
Nope.
But for us to let Luvu walk, oh man,
That would be one of the top 5 idiotic decisions this franchise has ever made.
but uh Damien says y'all can have Mooney. We don't want Mooney. No way.
No,
Um
not interested.
Damien says, question. I get Panther fans are tired and desperate right now to get wins and winning championships. As a Bears fan, I understand, but why everyone heckling on Bryce? I mean, yeah, he's had mistakes and flaws, but he's a rookie. This is his first season. Shouldn't Bryce get 3 years in the league before getting criticized?
Because that's
What?
what Panther fans do. We've
Well,
done this to Cam Newton. We've done this to pretty much everybody that's come through here. That's what
well,
we do.
I mean, I can see both sides of it, Damien. I can see both sides of it, but I mean,
We got to be better.
every every scenario, unfortunately, is not going to be the same.
And that's true.
Like, I mean, it sucks. I feel for Bryce Young. I personally feel for the guy because I feel like he's had so much working against him and for him. But at the same time, he's got to understand, his mistakes have been pretty costly mistakes, especially the pick sixes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those are pretty costly mistakes. And
Holding on to the ball too long.
holding
Yep.
on to the ball too long, not knowing when to
Yep.
escape the pocket. Because that's another
Yep.
thing with me about Bryce. Bryce has showed he can get the first down with his legs. He just
Yep.
sometimes needs to know when to escape the pocket quicker when he has tons
That
of running
internal
room.
clock has to go off.
Yes.
Improper footwork that leads to sacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a proper drop back, which leads. And again,
I mean, the
this is
coaching
stuff that
isn't
has
wrong
been.
on that.
No, and then the thing that they were talking about, I said, like you, I listened to other podcasts. It was like even on admission that Bryce's drop back, doing the improper one, has cost the team sacks because he's
That's technique. That's coaching.
instead of a 5-step drop back, he's doing like a one or two, maybe a
Right.
three. When the
Yep.
offensive line
Mm-hmm.
expect you to do a further drop back or not as much of a drop back. So yes, yeah, that of course point that's coaching. What we need to
We
put you in
didn't
a
teach
position
him.
to be successful. So, but even as that goes, if you're a processor, if you're this analyzer, you should know, okay, this is coming this way. Okay, this is going that way. I need to change this protection. But again, that goes back to coaching as well, putting him in position to be successful. But if you look at some of these sacks, and again, if you look at Bryce's reaction, he knows, and that's why I said he's not just saying it just to say it. He knows plays that he should have got rid of the ball. He knows plays where this receiver was open. Hell, that one pick that he threw towards the end of the game where Thielen was open on that out route. He should have thrown it the first time instead of pointing him to go upfield. No, throw the ball. Your first read, just let it go. He knows he
Mm-hmm.
should have, and that's what I'm saying. He knows. That's what I'm saying. Thomas Brown, I'm holding accountable is nothing new to Bryce Young holding himself accountable because he knows his capabilities. He knows he has to hit those deep balls.
Right.
You have to hit those. This is not, you're not at Alabama anymore. You're not playing
Right.
these slack schools. So Bryce knows every chance he gets, he has to capitalize. And again, I have no doubt he'll start hitting these. But again, at the same time, if you're a professional athlete, and again, that's what I'm saying. This is not like we can't treat these are not kids. These are grown men.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're going to get criticized, fam, because you put yourself.
on the highest platform where all eyes are watching you.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody gives a damn about coddling your feelings.
Right.
You're a whole adult. You want to coddle feelings? Go pick a different sport. This ain't for you. But he knew what he got into. That's why I said, do I
Mm-hmm.
expect this young man to get better? Absolutely.
Yeah. Same.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But am I going to give you criticism where criticism is due? I don't give a damn if you're a 30-year vet. You're going to get criticized
Facts.
because
Yeah.
how the hell are you going to get better if nobody tells you about your flaws? If I'm patting you on the back telling you how good you are you really
Where
trying to
it's
get better?
actually his fault.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
That's what I'm saying.
follow up on Damien's question, shouldn't Bryce get 3 years in the league before getting criticized? Well,
No.
Damien, did that work out for Jimmy Clausen? Did that work out for Chris Swinkie? Did that work
I
out
s-
for
I
Johnny
say
Manziel?
two.
Did
I
th- did
say
that
two.
Josh McCown.
did that work for Josh McCown? Johnny Manziel? I mean, you might want to holler at them, bro. I'm just saying, Damien. I mean,
Nobody's giving you 3 years.
Damien,
I say two at most.
you got to realize, Damien, this is a
And that's
league.
being generous.
This is a league full of what have you done for me lately,
Production
Exactly.
based.
and folks, like, you can have success for a bit, but if you have a long period of failures, folks are going to forget that success very easily.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely quickly.
Yep.
Extremely quickly.
Yeah, so I mean, yes, when you come in for the first time, you're a rookie, but rookies don't always get treated like rookies. They get treated like NFL players because they made it into the NFL. Therefore, I mean, this isn't a freshman, sophomore, junior, senior sort of thing. This is the NFL. This is where the pros,
Facts.
this is where the best of the best play.
You're not 18, 19 years old.
Yeah.
You're a grown man.
Yep.
I mean, you can't expect to, okay, I'm a rookie. I can go in there and just make a whole bunch of mistakes. It's okay. I'm a rookie. It's okay. It's okay. I'm a rookie. You will get benched
You can't
quicker
use
than
that
you
as a
can snap your
crutch.
fingers. Shoot. Look at what they've been doing with Zach Wilson. He's been all over the place. Start, bench, start, bench, 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 start, bench.
It's a production based business. You ain't producing. We don't care about your feelings. I put millions of dollars into you, young man. I want to see production. If you want to go cry, do it outside of the camera's view. Go cry home to your family. But when you step in this building, I want to see production. What are you doing to make my franchise better?
Da-
What are you doing?
Damien says McCown came in the league as a backup, not a starter. It doesn't matter though.
Doesn't
It
matter.
As
doesn't
You're
soon
still
matter.
going
as
to
you
get
go into the
criticized.
game, whether
No.
you're a backup or starter, as soon as you go into the game, you supposed to play to win and perform to your best. Doesn't matter when
Right.
you get that starting position.
Exactly.
Nah,
If I'm coming in
that's
there,
not an excuse, bro. That's not an
if I'm
Right.
coming
excuse.
in there as a water boy, I'm going to come in there as the best water boy possible.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm going to pour the best water.
yeah, exactly. Because
Yeah.
whether you're a starter or a backup, you're still getting paid. You're still in the NFL.
Yep.
Why do you think there's a
Hmm.
whole next man up mentality? Because you never know when it's going to happen. You never know.
Yep.
So,
That's that. To
so
that
that's
one.
that's not really an excuse, Damien. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
No. Like, come in here, do your job. Right. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I laugh at some of this stuff that they're talking about. They had some here on Bleacher Report. So I'm looking at it,
Uh huh.
and it's a stupid comparison, but of course, Bleacher Report puts out a lot of stupid things here. Where is it? Let me find it again. Because they're talking about this. I think it was a quarterback for the Giants. I believe it was. I'm trying to find it here. We're talking about touchdowns. Oh,
Kenny Pickett, 13 touchdowns in 25 games. Giants undrafted rookie Tommy DeVito, 9 TDs in 6 games. Panthers first overall pick, 9 TDs,
Yep.
12 games.
Yeah.
So, and then somebody put a laughing emoji. You mean the Panthers really passed on Tommy DeVito for Bryce Young? Now I know it's a joke, but Jesus Christ, like this is how far we've fallen. This is what they're doing to this
Wow.
young man's career. That they're
We've scored a
comparing him to
total
an,
of 5 touchdowns in 6 games.
but that's it. This is what they're comparing this young man to another undrafted kid. First, it was the Division II quarterback out of Shepherd. Now it's the undrafted rookie quarterback from I don't know where he is, but apparently he has more touchdowns than Bryce Young.
Oof.
Good
So
Lord.
it's like, when does the bleeding stop? When are we going to stop? Just the yeah. Here goes. Panthers really drafted Bryce Young over Tommy DeVito with a crying, laughing emoji.
Mm.
Like
Ugh.
seriously,
Ouch.
it's and it's just like I want to walk around Virginia with my Panthers attire on, not people look at me like I'm an alien. Like I
I
want
want to be
to.
able to talk to subscribers that I'm trying to get for my channel without having to talk about David Tepper or this garbage offense.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you.
Former Panther starting guard Calvin Throckmorton is playing right guard for the Titans 4 weeks after being waived. Awesome.
Mm. And
Oh,
This
uh,
is just,
it's management of
gentlemen,
talent again.
gentlemen. On that note, this just got
This is Barnum and Bailey Circus.
ugh.
this pool just put it. I'm sorry. I'm looking at some of these comments.
Yeah, go
Tom
for it.
DeVito looking better than Bryce Young. I'm ill.
Oh my God.
Ugh. Ouch.
Thibodeau looking better than Brian Burns right now makes me sick to my stomach.
Oh, Kayvon Thibodeau. Oh,
Kayvon Thibodeau.
jeez. Well, he wants $30 million money.
Fire Fitterer. He built this crap team. CMC, DJ, Reddick, gone. Sanders, Chark, Hurst, useless. O-line a joke. New GM now, please.
Oof. Oof.
Pick the right timing though, because guess who's hiring the next GM? You got Vegas odds on Tepper hiring the wrong GM as well as the wrong head coach. Welcome to 20 years of winless droughts, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
This man just actually put Will Levis as a dog.
ouch. What the
We
heck, man?
Oh,
we passed on Will Levis. We passed on Will Levis for
good
Bryce
Lord.
Young.
Oh, man.
Will Levis has like 3 good games and then he's apparently a dog. Oh my
I
God.
guess so.
Tua's missing a starting offensive lineman and his star receiver and looks like total crap. Crazy how that happens. Okay.
Good God.
Man. Ugh.
It's just like, and they were saying something, and something very interesting as well is when you look at organizations, even the Jets, as bad as that is, when
Sheesh.
the locker room respects the coach, and apparently their coach is going to be back, the owner, the GM, the head coach are all on the same page.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So this looks like as bad as they are, they're not. There's no Hunger Games. Nobody's texting their owner behind their head coach's back. Guys didn't believe in Frank Wright, and to the point that the gentleman made when I was listening to it, I gotta find it, and I'll tell you guys next time we talk. But he was just like, if you have to fire a head coach 11 games into the season, you shouldn't have hired him in the first place.
Exactly.
If and it was just like, and they were talking about it. Matter of fact, I was listening to it as I was coming back from working Saturday. And I want y'all to think about this too. And this will be my last comment because I got to go in there and spend some time with my wife.
Okay.
You look at it this way: when Jeff Saturday took over for the Colts, one of the quotes that he was saying is that the coach there was bad, so bad. You had that guys drinking, doing other shit before a game, in the middle of a game, and Frank Wright just lost control of that locker room. Nobody respected him. There was no culture. There was no accountability. There was no leadership because Frank Wright was this nice guy.
Where does all
Fast
that
forward,
sound familiar, folks?
fast forward. So Jeff Saturday simply just said, all I have to do is just bring some form of stability. So when the next head coach comes in here, he has something to work with. Something to work with.
Ugh.
Fast
God.
forward, fast forward. Frank Wright gets a job 2 months after being fired. What is the trend that when he came here is he destroyed the culture of two franchises within 365 days. He destroyed it in Indy. He destroyed it here to the point where the coaches in Indy didn't like him. The coaches here are talking behind your back. It
The
goes to
assistants are going around
they
him
do,
to the owner.
they don't respect you because if your assistant coaches are saying this guy does not know what he's doing, this playbook does not work, these plays suck, Bryce is not
Mm-hmm.
developing with him. If your coaches have that much lack of respect for you, how are you? And again, that should be his last head coaching job anywhere.
Anywhere.
You destroyed two franchises
Facts.
within a year's time because you failed to build a culture in that locker room that coaches, players, your owner respect. He failed to do that. So when that's what I said, yeah, everybody comes out when somebody gets fired. But for a Hall of Fame, and again, Jeff Saturday is a Hall of Fame player.
Yes.
Hall of Fame,
Mm-hmm.
Hall of Fame. Said this man had no culture in this building. Not the culture that Jeff Saturday was used to, because he was there when they won the Super Bowl with Peyton, when the
Yes.
players were holding each other accountable, when you had your quarterback calling out the idiot kicker for getting drunk. They
Mm-hmm.
had a culture.
Right.
Frank Wright destroyed it. And yes, why does that sound familiar? Because he did the same shit here. He had no
Bingo.
accountability. He destroyed that. That locker room had no respect for that man. And remember, and again, I love when they said it too, because remember, y'all, I said this point, and y'all quote me on it again. You can tell when a player does not respect the coach because they'll stop playing for him.
Mm-hmm.
They'll stop. Y'all heard me say that on this plenty of times. They'll stop playing for him because I don't believe in you because I know you're full of shit.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not playing for you, dude. So I'll go out there and look as bad as I possibly can because I don't want you here because you suck. Look how much more free Bryce. So I said, look how much more free Bryce look. Now is he playing the best? No, but he looks more comfortable.
Mm.
The players and coaches look more comfortable now that such program breaker is not there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Everything looks different. But to that point, gentlemen, peace, love, and blessings. It's 11 o'clock. I'm going to go over here and hug my wife, and whatever show she's watching, I'm going to watch that before I go to work in the morning. But
Yeah.
um,
Sounds good.
nothing, nothing but love.
Nice.
I'll holler at y'all on the next episode. Um, I say we're going to, I said we'll win 2017 on Sunday. I'm going to have hope. 2017.
I like it.
That's my prediction. To the
Mm-hmm.
next episode, gentlemen. Uh, y'all know where to find me. Bleeding Carolina Blue, uh, Instagram, Mr. Carolina, TikTok, Mr. Carolina too. But I'm going to spend some time with my beautiful queen before we go to bed for work tomorrow.
All righty, sounds like a plan. Thanks for coming
All right.
through, Mr.
Have a good one,
Carolina.
man.
Enjoy the
Thanks
rest
for
of
Anytime,
the
coming,
evening.
fam.
man.
All right, none but love. I'm gone.
All right, peace. Yeah.
All right. So I never did get to answer your question about the wide receivers.
Okay. Do I need to name them off again? The suggested ones? Or
Yeah, go ahead.
so I
You said
was
T.
thinking
Higgins.
T. Higgins, Hollywood Brown. I was thinking potentially the idea of a Calvin Ridley, but I think at the top of the list you gotta consider Mike Evans as a prime target. Now,
Um,
what are your thoughts there? And if there's any other names you want to throw in,
well,
please do.
I'm gonna answer this question, and then I'm gonna start reading off some of my chat because I've never gotten a chance to read any of my chat today.
All right, sounds good.
It was tough to get a word in. You know how it is when we start getting into the subjects like that.
Yeah, sounds
You
good.
know, no disrespect to my chat, but I did read all your comments. Um,
Okay, go for it.
so with these wide receivers, it's it's again we're doing the same thing we just did. We're getting an island of misfit toys by going after the best available wide receiver, which is T. Higgins, Mike Evans, and it's the same thing people do every single year. They suggest a certain type of big name XYZ player, and they say, "Yeah, let's bring him here. Let's bring him here." You know, and you're forgetting two things. One, we don't have a system. Two, so you don't even know what you're getting these wide receivers into. You don't even know what the coach is going to be. You don't know what is even going on here. Why would you want to come here if you're a player? Why would you want to come into this dysfunctional train wreck that it is right now? This Barnum and Bailey circus. Like you got players right now that want to leave. Why would you want to come into this? So if I'm Mike Evans, if I'm T. Higgins, why would I want to go to there? Why would I want to go to Carolina? My year is going to be wasted there because the coaching doesn't know what they're doing. You're going to get another bogus coach. Chances are pretty good of that. You're going to, if you fire Scott Fitterer right now, you're going to get a bogus GM that's not going to be able to get you the players that you want. He's going to be trash. Chances are pretty good of that too. When you play against the Vegas odds in Vegas, you lose. The house is against you 98% of the time. This is where we're at. This is David Tepper. David Tepper is the house. We can ask for whoever we want as head coach. We can ask for whatever players we want. And it's not going to happen. We're going to keep getting disappointed by the same garbage that we keep looking at every single year. Even if we somehow get these players, it's an island of misfit toys. What are we doing with them? We don't even know. So, as much as I would love to have T. Higgins here in a Panthers uniform, and you know how I feel about Clemson players in a Panther uniform, as long as I vouch for him, I'm here for it. But what are we doing with him once he gets here? Are we going to watch him have a wasted year like we did with DJ Chark? With players that actually had potential that came in here and did nothing because we had a bad system.
Mm-hmm.
How about Hayden Hurst? He hadn't done anything since we brought him in. And I vouch for that dude. I vouch for every one of these guys. What have they done? Zip zada nothing since
Mm-hmm.
we put in that system. And this is what I'm talking about, guys. Like, the fans can keep requesting this stuff every year, and we're going to keep bringing in the best available, and it's just going to be a catch-22. We're going to keep going around in a circle and circling the wagon again and again and again. You're not solving the problem. Hire a better coach, Mr. Tepper. Hire a better coach. Hire a better GM when the time comes to hire a better GM and replace Scott Fitter. What I'm saying is, don't replace Scott Fitter right now. Replace him at the proper time once we've got a proper head coach in here. Because, yeah, Scott is a yes man. That's okay. If you get the right coach in here, that's okay, but not great. I see people's arguments against Scott Fitter. I do. But now is not the time. If you fire him along with the head coach and you get both bad head coach and bad GM at the same time, we're heading towards a 20-year drought, folks. This is how serious this is. You can't risk this encounter. You can't risk this decision. And these wide receivers that you want will never come here. We'll just be paying these players empty money just to sit on their butt and play terrible football. Look at the New York Jets for 20 years. They know
Oh,
that better than anybody.
oh,
Look
quick
at the
thing.
Cleveland Browns.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Just a quick thing. Just something quick.
Yeah.
Breaking news. Officially, the New England Patriots have been eliminated, and the first team to clinch a playoff spot, the San Francisco 49ers. They have clinched a playoff spot.
Yep, they're number one seed now.
So,
And funny you mentioned New England. If you actually see the points for versus the points against, oddly enough, they're still ahead of us on the points for.
yes, that is correct.
Actually, let me double check that. Let me double check
Or
that
actually,
right now.
we're ahead on the points.
We're ahead of
for.
them. We're
Yeah.
second to last in points for. And New England is right below us, barely.
Yeah.
Can you believe it? New England is still barely below us.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And yet we have a 1-11 record. 1-12 now.
Yep.
1-12. How? How?
It's crazy. It's really,
But when you
really
look
crazy.
when you look at the points against, it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Um,
And McCaffrey will
let
be
me see
going.
if I can pull this up real quick. I'll show.
So this means McCaffrey will be going to his third playoffs.
Third playoff in a row.
Well, third
Congrats
total,
to
because
CMC.
he had one with us, only one.
Okay, yep. So third of his career. Congrats to CMC. I am proud of him.
Yep.
Congrats to Steve Wilkes as well.
Yep. Steve Wilkes going to the playoffs.
He's happy. He's in a great place right now. Good for him, man.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him. I wish him nothing but success.
He's a Charlotte native, so you know.
So if you look at the points against for us,
Mhm.
there's a clear, cut difference.
Oh
We
yeah.
are 341, but we're right in the middle. Okay, when you look at everybody else, I think the lowest is the Baltimore Ravens at 218.
Oof.
You got some 220s, you got some stuff in there. No, the lowest is the 49ers 205. Excuse me,
I see.
205.
Gotcha.
Ravens are second with the 218. But I mean, it's interesting. We are right in the middle of the league when it comes to points given up. But points offensively, oh, y'all are gonna hate this number.
Uh-oh.
Y'all are gonna hate this number. New England is sitting at 169. We're sitting at 197. Wah, wah, wah. We
Dang.
haven't even broken 200, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody in the league besides us in New England has broken 200 at least. Up, the
Oof.
Giants are 183. We're three. We're third to last,
Yikes.
but still, that's three horrible teams that have not broken 200. Everybody else has done it. Pathetic.
Quite pathetic indeed.
And you look at the leaders. There's a massive difference between us and the leader.
Mhm.
The leader is the Dallas Cowboys with 421 points for. That is terrifying. The amount of difference between us and them.
That is
Let me
pretty
read
scary.
that again. We're sitting at 197. They're looking at a whopping 421.
Wow. Jeez.
God. I was sitting there looking at that yesterday and just shaking my head going, are you serious? We literally have not broken 200 yet.
That is pretty sad.
We
Really
have scored a
sad.
total of 5 offensive touchdowns in the last 6 games. And the 6th touchdown that we've had was special teams. That's it. That's all we've done in 6 games.
Right.
What a joke. We literally invested $70 million into this offense, and we got this result. $70 million. Do you realize how much money $70 million is? Most people can't even see $1 million in their lifetime. We're looking at $70 million
Yeah.
invested just into this offense alone.
Oof.
These players are not getting their money's worth out of the restructuring. They're not getting their money's worth out of what they paid for, guys. This is Charlotte taxpayer money too, that they are legally forced to give you, that are paying for these people's salaries and the stadium and the staff and everything. Yikes.
Yikes indeed.
So you think by bringing in a couple of good wide receivers you're going to fix this? No, try again. That's if you can even draw them in here.
I mean,
You better offer them a full sponsorship to a spa, to a KFC,
yeah, but I
they're
mean,
not coming here, bro.
but that's
They're
the
not
thing.
coming here.
But that's the thing, just with Tepper and the GM, that they're gonna be tested to do that. They're they're
Oh,
they're gonna be tested to do that. So
it's not, dude. We're not getting these people if we hire another bad coach. This is over 3 on head coaching, and Tepper is to blame. No
right,
one's going to want to come here and play under Tepper. No one's going to want to coach here under Tepper. When you've got people from our own organization already telling the people in Ben Johnson's organization or area in Detroit how
hmm,
bad our organization is and what's really going on around here before he's even interviewed.
right.
That's going to go into the interview process, folks. Ben's just going to sit there and just go, okay, okay, I'm taking all this information in. I'm hearing you. And I'm going to take that into the interview. And when Mr. Tepper asks certain questions, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. But I'm going to remember everything you just said. And I'm not taking this job. That's exactly what's about to happen. Y'all mark my words and wait for it. If that is David Tepper's first phone call, that's going to be a no.
Just instant no.
Instant no. All right, so who else? Harbaugh. Harbaugh, you're sitting there. Michigan's already drawing up a what, a 3 year extension for you, sitting there in
I think it was
Michigan.
something like that, 2 or 3.
2 or 3 year extension in the University of Michigan.
Hmm.
You're gonna have that sitting on your desk, and he's been in talks with David Tepper, you know.
Right.
But after watching all of this unfold, if you're if you're Harbaugh, would you come up there and interview? Would
Oof.
you? When
Oof.
you've got a 3 year extension sitting right there on your desk, guaranteed money and a guaranteed job for the next 3 years, which you have actually just gone to a bowl game and been
Yeah.
successful in Michigan.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to turn that away and then to go into a worse situation unless you just have
No,
that gung ho sort of will and you
he
have a
has that
legit
though.
plan.
I'll give him that. I'll give him that. He has the spine to take on Tepper, but the fact is, he's not going to want to come here. He's going to choose his options carefully. If he sees a job open up in Arizona, if he sees a job open up in, you know, name another horrible team right now that's sitting in the
May-
bottom of the league. Maybe the
New
Tennessee
England,
Titans.
New England, perhaps if they might move on from
New
Belichick. I
England's
don't
not going to
know.
get rid of Bill Belichick. I'll
You
address that in a minute.
you don't think it will? Oh,
Yeah. If he sees a job open up in Arizona, then yeah, maybe interview there. If he sees a job open up in Washington because Rod Rivera's on a hot seat,
yeah.
then yeah. Tennessee, absolutely. Then I could see those three, you know. Um,
Maybe the Chargers.
nah, Chargers aren't going to get rid of
Yeah.
their head coach. They're actually playing better than their 5-8 record right now.
Fair enough.
You never know it, looking at the records right now. But if you watch an actual Chargers game, it doesn't pass the eye test because
Hmm.
they're playing better than you think they are. I mean, yeah, they're sitting at 5-8, but 282 points for, 282 points against,
Mm-hmm.
on paper. And you look at who some of the Chargers have played against. I mean, you got the Dolphins, you got the Vikings, you've got the Cowboys, the Chiefs, the Lions,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Packers, Ravens, Broncos, who are surging right now on their schedule that they've already played against. Yeah, I would say that the Chargers are better than what their record says they are.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair
But
enough.
so I don't see him going there. Like I said, the other three, yes, but he's not going to come to Carolina. Not under David Tepper. When he knows what's about to happen if he comes here. He
So
knows Tepper's going to be breathing down his neck, and you've got a head coach that didn't even last a full year.
So
A full year.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw this one out here. Who do you think our next head coach will be?
I have no clue. We'll probably hire some janitor from Washington State or something like that. Knowing Tepper, I don't know. Somebody that has no business being a head coach. That's odds are pretty good that would happen. That he would hire somebody that just doesn't have the credibility and he just gets hoodwinked again. Sorry, I shouldn't use that word. Houdini.
Hmm.
He'll get Houdini'd again and again and again. And he's just too ignorant to understand that this is not the way you run a franchise. You don't go after people like that. You go after people that have actually done things in the league. Harbaugh, Ben Johnson, Eric Bieniemy, people like that. those are the people you should be targeting, Mr. Tepper. We are
Right.
trying to help you out, and you don't seem to care. You seem to want who you want. We have given you a golden goose in your lap, on your plate, with Steve Wilkes, and you won't take it. Okay, what else? When he has literally done everything you have asked him to do, and then some. What more do you want?
Up.
What
Titan,
more do you want, Mr. Tepper? Seriously.
Titans are about to win by 1 point. Had to throw that
Wow.
in there.
That's another crazy upset this week.
Yep, 28-27. They just sacked Tua on 4th down.
Dang.
Yep. Ooh, that's a big upset. But
Yeah.
but continue.
All right, so going back to Belichick, you addressed Belichick and the New England Patriots.
Hmm.
Okay, so if I'm Robert Kraft, I see that this man has not won lately, and it's a "what have you done for me lately" league. I get that. I get the arguments.
Hmm.
As far as wanting to, being tempted to toss Bill Belichick as head coach. I get it. You know, but the thing is, he's got rings. He's got rings. He's got trophies sitting in your case because of who he drafted. You have to remember Bill Belichick is a GM and a head coach.
Yep. Last playoff appearance was
Don't forget
2021.
that. Don't forget that, though, folks. This man has made a reputation of finding golden goose eggs in these draft rounds. I don't know how he finds them, but good Lord, they just keep rotating. It's amazing. I've never seen anything like it, to be honest. And Bill Belichick is just an excellent uh, view of talent. He's got great scouts. He knows what he's doing. So if I'm Robert Kraft, I'm saying, okay, you got trophies in this case because of who you drafted. Let's be patient. Let's be patient a while longer and see what happens. It's still Bill Belichick. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Whether he won those ethically or not, it's still Bill Belichick. He still has them in his trophy case,
Yeah, they still count.
regardless.
They still count, unfortunately.
Yeah, legally, according to the league, they still count. So, to be real with you, it doesn't matter in this case. They're still there. So, if I'm Robert Kraft, I'm going, okay, I'm going to wait a little longer. And Bill Belichick, you have to put yourself in Bill Belichick's shoes here and say, okay, I know I haven't done well. I know I can do better. Have I lost the spark that I used to have as a head coach and a love for this game? Or can I turn this around? And how long is Robert Kraft going to work with me here? Because I've got a great relationship with Robert Kraft and
Hmm.
Roger Goodell, mind you. So, how long is that going to take before that degrades? And am I willing to retire instead of just go to a different team and start over? So you've got all of those thoughts swimming around in Bill Belichick's head right now.
Hmm.
And I guarantee you his wife is having some influence on him too. But that's his thought process right now. He's thinking, okay, who can I draft to turn this back around? Who can I pick up? So be patient and we'll see what happens with Bill Belichick. I don't see him leaving New England. If he does, he's going to retire.
Mm. Okay, which that's
Yeah.
definitely a possibility.
I don't see him coming to Carolina because he goes against everything that we stand for as a franchise.
Hmm.
We stand for integrity. We stand for, honesty. We stand for playing the game with the keep pounding mindset. He goes against that, 180 degrees against that. And okay, let's talk about his championships. Well, while we're doing this, why not? Okay, toss one of them out because Seattle should have won that game because they didn't run Marshawn Lynch up the middle. That was on them.
Yeah.
That was their stupidity that cost them that Super Bowl. So toss that one out. Seattle should have won. Toss two of them out for Spygate and Deflategate. Two of them are gone now. So how many is that left? Two, right?
Yeah.
Two. That he's won legitimately. Those are trophies that are sitting in that case right now that are legitimate. That's if you look at it from the perspective of, oh, he was cheating,
Mm-hmm.
he did this, he did that, and feed into all that. So that's still two trophies that he can accredit to his resume. That's two more than some of these other coaches can say they have.
True.
That's why if I'm Robert Kraft again, I'm sitting there in either case saying that's two trophies more than some of these other head coaches have. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait.
Gotta wait it out. Wait it out.
That's as many as Mike Tomlin has, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, because Tomlin only
Yeah.
has one. He just has a streak of winning seasons, but only one
Yeah.
Super Bowl.
Okay. Well, still, one is better than none. And
Right.
that's why he's still got a job in Pittsburgh. They're expecting him to get that second one at some point.
Right.
They're patient. And they know that he has that streak going on. So it's the same thing, from an honest perspective. They're still
Yeah.
going to sit on that.
um, Damien says Chargers are done without Herbert, which word is he's having surgery. I think arm surgery or something like that.
That's a
Um,
good point.
or some
Um,
um
but
Staley.
again, the Chargers did play the Broncos this Sunday, and the Broncos have been surging. And
Yep.
naturally, without Herbert, it's 24-7.
Yeah. Good point.
But with
Um,
Herbert, it's a winnable game.
He says also Staley sucks as a head coach. He needs to get fired. The man can't call plays. Yeah, they are winning games, but zero at the same time. They're close win games to teams they should be stomping on. The main problem with Pats,
Mm,
the main problem with Pats is Bill is the GM and the head coach. Hmm.
which Bill Belichick is both. He's doing both jobs. I don't think people realize this.
Yeah.
He didn't hire Robert Kraft did not hire a GM. Bill Belichick is doing both jobs at the same time. That is a legitimate thing. You can look it up, folks. It's been that way since Bill Belichick has gotten into the league as a Patriots head coach.
Mhm.
He said, I want total control of the Patriots. And by golly, he turned him around. I give him his due. He turned him around. But you're going to hear the narrative out there. Oh, he can't win unless he's got Tom Brady. Well, Tom
Damien.
Brady's not the end all be all of a 53 man roster. You still got 52 other players, ladies and gentlemen.
Question for Damien, if you're still in the chat. Are you saying that Brandon Staley has he been calling the plays on offense or defense? I assume defense, right? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, good question.
Because I
And the
because
other
I
question,
highly doubt it's offense because he's not an offensive coach.
yeah. And I'm wondering, how are we willing to risk our integrity of our franchise to get Bill Belichick here and win championships that are tainted. Are you guys willing to do that? That just screams desperation on Tepper's part. To me, I just don't see it. Damien says both. By the way,
Wait,
in answer
he
to your
he
question.
he's been calling plays on both offense and defense? Seriously?
Deuce Staley.
Brandon Staley, head coach of the Chargers.
Brandon Staley.
What? I have a hard time believing that. Like
Is he an offensive minded or defensive minded coach?
looking at his resume, graduate assistant, defensive line coach, special teams, associate head coach, defensive coordinator, defense
Defensive.
coordinator, secondary linebacker.
He's a defensive minded coach. Okay, that answers my question.
Yeah, but what he
Okay,
should
so what is the offensive coordinator doing then?
he should have no business calling plays for the offense though.
Exactly.
Like what?
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Okay, let me see
Why?
who they're. Let me actually see who their offensive coordinator is, because that.
Yeah, because he's got nothing. He's just sitting on his butt with his thumb.
Because
Deuce.
that makes no sense to me whatsoever.
I don't understand either. He's got no responsibilities then. So
Offensive.
why have him there?
So hold up, defensive pass, or no, that's defense off. Oh, actually, Kellen Moore, who has been a name mentioned about potential head coaching candidates. Kellen
Are
Moore
you
is their
serious?
Kellen Moore is their offensive coordinator. What?
Are you serious? So you're taking the plays out of Kellen Moore's hands.
Wow.
Wow. Oof.
I don't
oof.
know how to feel about that, to be honest with you.
Oh no. Nope. Nope. No. That's the same problem we've got right now. Frank Wright was taking the play calling out of Thomas Brown's hands. And even though Thomas Brown was from the Eagles, you're still even if you fire Staley in L.A., you're still going to be using Staley's playbook if you're Kellen Moore. That's the problem. That's
Wait a
God,
minute. Hold
I
up.
hate it for LA fans right now.
Hold up. I'm seeing reports that he's been calling the plays on defense, not on offense. Hold
really?
up.
Okay.
Damien, are you sure that he's been play calling for both? Because
Is that legit?
it's looking like he's been play calling the defense and not the offense. Because it would make no sense for a coach that has been mostly a defensive coach to be calling plays for both.
Oh man.
Nah, ain't no way.
I'm not seeing it either.
Ain't no way he's calling plays for both. That would make no sense.
No,
Ain't
it doesn't
no
make
way.
sense at all.
No freaking
Kellen
way.
Moore is too good for that.
Now if we're talking like defense and the struggles there, okay, sure. But ain't no way he's calling plays on both sides of the ball. Ain't no way.
No.
No freaking way.
If he is, he's severely limiting Kellen Moore's playbook.
If I'll say this, if he is, then somebody is giving this dude way too much control.
Yep, facts.
Because ain't no way he should be calling anything offensively. Are you sure, Damien?
I'm tired of watching a head coach have more power than a GM and an owner. I'm sick and tired of it. And that's exactly what's happening in Carolina. That's why Frank is gone. He got too big for his britches, and Tepper said, "No, no, no, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing. You're gone."
Okay, so the problem has been the defense. Okay. So I
Promise and
assume Damien
defense.
is talking specifically the defense. If that's the main focus, then yeah, I can see the point because apparently the defense
Um,
has taken a hit.
yeah, that passes the eye test because if you look at the stats and then you watch the game, that passes the eye test.
Okay. I was
I
about to
agree with
say,
that.
so the defense. Okay. I was about to
Yeah.
say because the Chargers were in the playoffs last season.
Yep.
Like, what? Okay. I was about to say, but okay, because if their offensive coordinator is Kellen
Oh
Moore and
goodness.
he's in line to be a future head coach within the like immediate future,
That
that
sounds like
don't look right.
oh gosh.
That don't look right.
Here we go.
Damien says, I thought it was both because the team are struggling both sides of the ball. But bro, it doesn't make sense for a defensive minded
Mm,
coach to call plays on the offense. Does that make sense to you? That doesn't
no.
make sense.
No.
Nah. Nah, that doesn't
Oh.
make sense.
Oh goodness.
Mr.
Um.
Gemini says, I watched the Titans game and I hate to say it, but Will Levis is better than Bryce Young. Let's also keep in mind that Will Levis has a lot less games started than Bryce Young. Is that really a fair comparison, Mr. Gemini?
Comparing apples to oranges again.
Like
This fan base loves to do this.
that's not really a fair comparison, bro.
You're doing the same thing with Bryce and CJ. You know, come on, stop it.
Cuz he's played and started 6 games and Bryce has played and started in like 13 13 games. 13 games?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because they were running with Tannehill. So I mean,
Yep.
I don't think that's a fair comparison, bro. I don't. Now, if you were to say CJ and Bryce, okay, sure, but
Lewis
Levis,
balled out tonight.
but
Okay.
Levis, that's not a fair comparison, dude.
Lewis balled out tonight.
Bryce has played a
Okay,
lot
but
more games.
you look at Bryce's situation versus Levis's situation, and you tell me which one is more developed. Which one has been more developed? Frank doesn't know how to develop a paper bag, much less Bryce Young. Neither does Thomas Brown. First year head offensive coordinator. Of course, he's not going to know how to do that. You're expecting too much out of the man. And Frank can't develop his way out of a grocery store, much less a paper bag or Bryce Young. So, what makes you think that Bryce is going to be properly developed in that amount of time? It's not going to happen, bro. So again, you factor in the offensive line, you factor in the injuries, you factor in the fact that we don't have a system, you factor in the fact that Bryce has been sucking on his own. You know, you know,
Not to mention, I mean,
despite not having a franchise, despite having a clean pocket and actual decent routes for Mingo to run.
not to mention, like Will Levis is on a team with
You know,
Derrick Henry and a number one receiver in DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, is it really a fair comparison?
exactly.
I'm
You
just
got to
saying.
factor all of this stuff in. You got to see the bigger picture, bro. You got to see the full picture before you start comparing these two. You can't just go, oh well, this quarterback looked better than this quarterback, and you totally don't even look at the offensive lines. You don't look at any of this other stuff. It's just quarterback to quarterback. You can't do that in the NFL when you compare quarterbacks. There are other teams, there are other players on this team. There are other factors that you don't consider. It's always coaching. It's always the players around you. It's always other things too.
Joe Valesco, welcome to the stream. He says, "Will you guys be mad if we pick a quarterback in the draft in like the fourth round to the sixth round?"
If we get everything else we need, no.
I mean, I
Bryce
can
needs a backup,
I
and
can
Andy Dalton won't stay in the league forever.
I mean, I get it, but I'm just sick and tired of this whole quarterback carousel. Like, I'm
But if you
sick of it.
expect that said quarterback to eventually replace Bryce Young, then no, that's not acceptable.
Right.
But if you're drafting him to be a backup to learn behind Bryce and develop Bryce into a number one starter like he should be, then yeah, I have no problem with it. Once you've got all the rest of your needs taken care of, defensive tackle, linebacker, defensive end, corner, offensive line, all of that, then turn your attention to that.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not ready to give up on Bryce just yet.
Me
Like
neither.
with all that's been
I
going
think he's
on.
got the skills. I think he's got the talent. You just have to develop him properly. You got to put the pieces around him. You got to protect him. You got to have a scheme in place that he can use. If you continuously put the wrong coach in that doesn't use his scheme or anything even remotely close to Bryce Young's scheme, you're going to fail. You're going to get the same result over and over and over again.
um,
It just
da-
does not make sense.
Damian Hernandez says, by the way, on the Mike Tomlin situation, in my opinion, I think he should be fired. Don't get me wrong, the win streak is cool and all for him, but that streak is meaningless. Hold up, hold up, hold up.
Hold up.
How
Pump
is
the
that?
brakes.
Hold up. How is that streak meaningless when winning seasons put you in position to complete for the playoffs?
Because his mentality is Super Bowl or bust. Everything that's not a Super Bowl trophy is a bust. That's the
Damien,
mentality we're looking
hold,
at here.
hold on. Damien says in the postseason, 2 Super Bowl wins in 6 seasons is not enough.
There you go.
Dude,
There you
dude,
go.
do
There
you
you go.
realize how difficult it is to get to the
Told you.
Super Bowl, let alone win it, Damien? Come on, bro. Think about
I
it.
called that before I even read that comment.
Think about it,
I
Damien.
had you pegged before I even read that.
Do you
Come
realize
on.
how difficult it is to make it to the Super Bowl and win?
The
Come
amount
on,
of times
dude.
I've seen that comment, that type of comment from other people, is I've lost count.
Damien, come on, dude.
That type of
You're
mentality does
literally
not work in the NFL.
you're literally complaining about saying that a coach should be fired that's been helping this team constantly be in position to even compete in the playoffs, to even
I'm not
have
even
a
going to grace
shot
that with a
at a
response.
championship. Dude, I could see if we were talking about, say, okay, and even Marvin Lewis,
You're not going to compare.
even
You're not
even
going to
Marvin
convince these
Lewis,
people, man.
which is somebody that unfortunately has never been able to win a playoff game. But do you know how I would feel if the Carolina Panthers made the playoffs for like 7, 8, 9 straight seasons, and
Shoot,
we
I'll
were
take even
competing like
one.
that?
We don't even have one. We've had 2 Super Bowl appearances.
Shoot.
I'll take even one at this point.
Not to mention, let's also keep in mind that the Steelers are a franchise that has six. Do you know how difficult it is for a franchise alone to get 6 championships?
Facts.
Dude, these don't grow on trees.
New England had to cheat to get 3 of them.
These don't grow on trees.
Come
Dude,
on.
back to back is just as hard. And the real memorable one that still stands out to me was the Denver Broncos, John Elway. Do you know how difficult that is? Shoot, I wish this franchise had a coach that could get us to had 16 straight winning seasons. Are you kidding me?
You're debating with the
Shoot.
person that has his blinders on, man. You're not going to get it anywhere with this. These people will never change their mentality on that.
Let me get that head coach and that own. Let me get Mike Tomlin on this team. I bet you we be competing, have a more chance of
Facts.
competing for a Super Bowl than we
I
do
would
now.
love to have Mike Tomlin.
Shoot, you know what?
I would love to have Mike.
You know what? Pittsburgh,
Let
if
him
y'all
go.
if y'all let go of Mike Tomlin, I welcome you with open arms, my brother.
Me too, brother. Me
I
too.
will welcome you with the
Come on
biggest
in.
hug to ever known on the face of this. I will welcome
Tampa
you
will
with
ever hire him.
open arms. With open arms.
He's too stupid to understand you could hire somebody like that, though.
Shoot. Let Mike Tomlin become available.
I would love to have Mike
Shoot.
Tomlin. If Mr.
Shoot.
Tepper was actually smart enough to hit on one head coach out of those three and hit on Mike Tomlin, competitive team, here we come. That's all I got to say. And let the GM do his job. Grab the people that Mike Tomlin wants you to grab. Just listen to Mike. Let him lead the way.
Exactly. Not to mention, hold up. You, Damien, bro. You're really
So you're equating the Steelers to the Dallas Cowboys that can't stay in the playoffs every year? Do you know how lucky you guys are? We wish we could even sniff the playoffs. We haven't even touched the playoffs in like 7 years. Do you know how much we would actually? We are desperate for that, bro.
Exactly.
We're seeing mirages in the desert. That's how desperate we are to get a playoff appearance at this point.
So, hold on. Let me get this straight. Hold on. So, let me ask you something, Damien. Let me ask you something.
Goodness.
If we go as far back as 2010, the Chicago Bears have been to the playoffs 3 times up to now. And you want the Pittsburgh Steelers to fire Mike Tomlin. Let's see. Hold up.
Who are you going to replace him with?
Let's see how many playoffs the Steelers have been to.
Let's see how many playoffs the Steelers get to without Mike Tomlin.
Since 2010. Okay, 2010.
Let's see where they go without him.
1, 2. See.
You're
3.
arguing with a close-minded individual, man.
4.
It's not worth it.
5.
It's like kicking a dead
6.
horse. But I'll leave you
7. 8. 8 times in 10 years the Steelers have made it to the playoffs. Not only that, have won multiple playoff games, and you want Mike Tomlin fired. No, bro. No. Between 2010 and now, 8 playoff appearances. 8. No. They would be crazy to fire Mike Tomlin.
Don't pull it, Dallas Cowboys. Please just don't. Please don't. Actually, yes, please do. Please do. Send Mike Tomlin to us.
Please.
We'll take him.
Please.
We'll take him.
Please.
We'll freaking take him.
Shoot.
Mike Tomlin's not going to put up with David Tepper's crap.
Let Mike Tomlin be on the
Yeah.
market.
Yeah. He won't put up with Tepper's crap. He'll stay here.
Damian, even you would scoop him up for the Bears. Let's not kid ourselves.
That's a fact.
Let's not kid
That's a
ourselves.
Especially with all those
Shoot.
draft picks you guys have. Can you imagine what Mike Tomlin would do with all those picks? My God.
Damian, you're missing the point, dude. You're totally missing the point. You got to get those winning streaks in order to put yourself in line to compete for a championship, to compete.
No, we're not saying it's more important. We're saying it's consistency.
Consistency.
Damian.
Something we've been lacking. Something the Bears have been
He
lacking.
doesn't
You
get
should
it.
you should be
He
just
doesn't get it.
you should be just as much welcoming and understanding as we are on this, because we're both having struggling
He doesn't get it,
franchises,
bro.
bro. You know? We both have struggling franchises. And I don't see how you can honestly look at what the Steelers have had in Mike Tomlin as bad. I don't see how you can look at that as bad. Like, how?
If y'all waste all those picks that we just gave you, I'm going to be even more pissed off. I'm going to be even more pissed off,
Oh,
Chicago.
I totally forgot. Technically, Tomlin has 2 Super Bowls, because I forgot. He won one as an assistant coach.
Yep.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I totally forgot about that.
Yep. He's
Not-
worked with Big Ben.
Not to mention, this man has a career head coaching
He's worked with
record.
Troy Polamalu.
This dude has a career head coaching record of 178, 102 or 108 and 2. This dude has over a .600 win percentage. Yeah, but go on ahead, fire him. Go on ahead, fire him. Go on ahead.
Please send him to us. We'll take him. But will Tepper hire him? That's the problem.
Shoot, I will show up to Charlotte myself and I'll protest. Take Mike Tomlin. You hire that man. Hire Tomlin. Shoot.
Yes.
I wish
absolutely.
Mike Tomlin would
I'll be
become
there
available.
right with you, man. I'll join you. I'll join you.
Please. Mr. Gemini says, I would gladly take that at this point. At least they make the playoffs. A lot of teams don't make the playoffs like that. Facts.
Facts. Thank you.
You can't win a Super Bowl unless you make it to the playoffs. That's a
Somebody with a
prerequisite.
brain in this chat. Thank you.
That's a prerequisite. Don't forget the
Thank
prerequisite, Damien. Don't forget the prerequisite.
Preach it.
Like I said, Super Bowls don't grow on trees. You got to earn them.
Facts.
You got to fight for them.
Facts.
You got to earn them.
Mm-hmm. You got to build your team correctly in order to get there. Enough of this instant gratification garbage.
But I tell you what, you might lose a whole bunch of them straight, but you got a better chance of winning one going to 8 straight playoff appearances than 3 once every blue moon. That's for sure.
I'll take that over, you look at the Green Bay Packers, who had Aaron Rodgers, and they just kept making the playoffs, couldn't get to the Super Bowl, and they finally won it. Persistence paid off. Finally. 1 out of those years. But at least they got there and they won their trophy.
Yeah.
Without cheating, without garbage merits. They won it fair and square.
And like I said, it's one of
At least you're competitive every year.
Yeah.
At least you're getting there every year.
And it's like I said before, it's also, yes, it's why I feel bad about Marvin Lewis.
You got a shot.
Because he made it to multiple playoffs, hasn't able to get that playoff win. I
Yeah.
feel bad for him. It doesn't always work out. But the more
Yeah.
chances that you have, the more opportunities you have of making it to the Super Bowl and winning it. But that's
Exactly.
that's a prerequisite. I don't make the
Yeah.
rules, but that's a prerequisite.
your odds are very much higher of getting that Super Bowl if you keep being competitive and keep getting up there. Unless you're the Dallas Cowboys.
But yes, it's not so much
Unless
that
you're the Dallas Cowboys.
it's not so much that the streak and accolades are important, but I mean, you kind of, when you have those, it's helping you to compete for championships.
Uh,
I mean, prerequisites, like I said. But what were we talking about? I think you have more comments to
the head
catch up
coaching.
on, don't you?
The head coaching, yeah. But I do have a chat to catch up on here.
Yeah. Let
Uh,
me. You go ahead and get started on that. I'm gonna get a drink. You go ahead and get started on that. Be right
all
back.
right. Lot Poppy says, thought I would share this with y'all, but I saw a Twitter post earlier saying the critics saying Young and Kwanu are bust. Remember when we all thought Derek Brown was a bust? Look at him now. And yeah, Derek Brown is a monster now. Like, this is what our fan base does. They'll after 1 year they'll label somebody a bust, and then they'll say, "Oh well, this player should not be in Carolina anymore. We should trade him. We should do this and this and that." And then the very next year, when he's in a better system, under a better coach, a coordinator, or what have you, they go, "Oh yeah, this guy's a monster. This dude's is this and this and that." We're such emotional flip floppers as fans. Like, we got to stop doing this. I'm so sick of the flip flopping. Like, we keep getting shown every year that these players have this skill. After believing whatever media shepherd just leads us down the wrong path every year. And we think, okay, well, yeah, this guy's going to do this. He's going to do that. He's going to be trash. He's going to do this. And then next year, he starts balling out like Derek Brown. And you go, oh, shoot. You know? Guys, this is the same garbage. Same garbage every year. David Screw says, sup, guys. No, Bryce is not a bust. I agree. He is not a bust. He's just not been developed properly under proper head coaching.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Yeah, you missed the comment of Lock Poppy saying that the critics were saying Young and Icky were busts. Remember that when we all thought Derek Brown was a bust? Look at him now.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Solid point, Lock Poppy.
Indeed.
And we as a fan base keep doing this. We keep flip flopping. And the very next year, these players just pop off and they start doing something. And it's like we're all shocked after saying, "Oh, well, this player should get traded. This player should get cut." Here's the problem with cutting players that are actually talented. You're not getting anything for it. You're not getting anything for it. And this leads back to one of my other points that I was making earlier, when you were asking whether we should fire sale the whole team and just destroy it. We're not going to get anything for what we're tossing because we don't know how to get fair value for it.
Right.
If you have a bad system and these players are better than what you are showing them out there, you're going to get undercut. You're going to give them away for nothing. And then they're going to ball out. The next team is going to sign them to a massive contract because they balled out for them. That's exactly what's going to happen. It's happened time and time and time again. Look at the Buffalo Bills. How many players did they have of our former Super Bowlers? 6. You know how I found that out? A GMC truck poll.
Oh wow.
Of all things, a GMC truck poll. The very week that we played the Buffalo Bills. And this question was worded very specifically. How many players do the Buffalo Bills have on their roster that were former Carolina Panthers?
Oof.
I guess 2 or 3.
Yeah.
The answer was 6 at the
Oof.
time. 6. I said, there's no way. I went back and I looked at the Buffalo Bills roster, and sure enough, 6. I was sick to my stomach. I was sick to my stomach. That's the way we found out? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. That's yeah.
I was like, how in the heck? Of
Dang.
all the ways that they would present that to us. No, there's nothing on Twitter, nothing like that. No, they kept it from us. They didn't want us to know. But when you go digging through their depth chart, sure enough, there they are. I was like, son of a,
Mm.
you fill in the blanks.
Yeah. Fair point. Fair point.
Oh, that made me livid, dude. That made me livid. I immediately got on stream that night and I was just like, you gotta be freaking kidding me with this crap.
Yeah.
Ugh, man.
Jeez.
And players have gone away from Carolina after being signed as free agents from another team that they were successful with. They go into Carolina, they stink it up, they go out of Carolina, and they ball out again. It's a repeating cycle. It's a player mill. They waste their time in Carolina. They're only here to collect a paycheck because of our bad management and our bad systems. It's happened time and time and time again. Break the wheel. Please, I'm begging you, Mr. Tepper, break the wheel. Hire someone that actually knows what the heck they're doing. This makes me sick watching this year after year after year.
By the way, I just wanted to throw in there that since Tomlin has debuted as a head coach, 16 seasons, been to the playoffs 10 times. Just had to throw that in there. Continue.
I'm done with that because basically you're arguing with a guy that's just got tunnel vision. So good luck with that one. Good Lord, man.
You got more comments?
Yeah, David Screw says he hasn't had proper coaching. He's being held back. Bryce. He's talking about Bryce.
I mean,
He
that is
has
true.
chains on him and not a good O line. True.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, these are all fair arguments. All fair arguments.
Broski Bear says has nothing to do with CJ and everything to do with Bryce. That's true. David Screw says it's not Bryce. Well, it is and it isn't. You know what I'm saying? It is and it isn't. Because you can't just totally toss out the argument that you got to throw some blame at Bryce when he's had clean pockets and he's overthrown receivers and he's done stuff that yeah, you could maybe chalk it up as rookie mistakes, but after this year you can't.
Yeah.
You can't use that crutch anymore. He's either successful or he isn't.
His weaknesses are showing, but like I said, I really just want to see what he can do with like a better O line.
Yeah.
Some better weapons, and go
once
from
you
there.
take away all of the excuses, he either sinks or swims.
Agreed.
But as long as those crutches are still there, you have to factor those crutches in. He needs better coaching and a better playbook and a stable O-line, period. Facts.
Yeah.
Is Bryce overrated? Well, is Bryce even good enough to be backup quarterback? When it's said and done, is the question. Don't draft an itty bitty quarterback. All right, first of all, listen, Browski, please listen. I said, is he slightly overrated? context matters here. Slightly overrated because of the fact of the context of Alabama players being overlooked. You know, once there's so much talent in Alabama that some of these players do get overlooked. That is a factor. That's been proven in the NFL. And some of them, when they get into the NFL, can't cut it once they get here. That's been a thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, who's not going to want to go to Alabama and play under Saban?
Yeah. That's.
Knowing that they have a chance at a championship.
Yep.
If you get offered an Alabama scholarship or a Clemson scholarship, you're going to take it.
Yeah. I mean,
It's a factor.
extremely
Well,
prestigious
Clemson's kind of fallen
school.
off the wagon wheels this year, but okay. How about Ohio State? Ohio State is always competitive for a championship. Georgia, always competitive for a championship in the last 5 years.
I mean, shoot. They haven't
You get
had.
offered one of those contracts, you're going to take it.
I mean, they haven't had a lot of success with Ohio State quarterbacks, but I don't hear anybody throwing that in C.J. Stroud's face.
Right. Exactly. But context matters. Moving on. Frank
Yeah.
held this guy back, and the coaching. Bryce is a starter, in my opinion. He has dealt in a bad situation, period. Facts.
Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Carolina said that. So, if you remember, you opened the playbook for Andy, but not Bryce. That's true. That's actually true. David's actually onto something here. Because look at Andy Dalton's 300 yards that he threw against Cincinnati. Look at the ranking that
Seattle.
Oh, Seattle.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why I keep saying it's Minnesota, but it's Seattle.
Yeah.
Okay, look at the ranking of that defense in Seattle. Now compare that to an average level defense in the league. You'd maybe throw about 250 yards, which is the average of the league, for quarterbacks at that point in time. Nobody was really throwing many more than that. So, in essence, Andy did get the playbook open for him. It's true. Because he's seen these offenses before. He actually knew how to make adjustments. Despite Frank screwing him up. So, and the day that Thomas Brown actually did, the time period that Thomas Brown actually did get play calling duties with Frank Wright in charge, we almost beat the Texans. Despite Frank Wright trying to sabotage us. We almost beat him.
Right.
But, oh wait, we did!
I see what you did there.
You
okay.
see my point here? Like, Frank was holding everybody back. We did beat him. Despite Frank's best efforts to keep us from doing so. So, like David says, open your mind. Exactly. Open your mind to new possibilities. That to me, that's a viable argument. I see where he's coming from. He actually really talked to me at length about this, off camera. So we discussed that.
Oh, okay. Right on.
Yeah. And he made some really good points on that. So, Broski Bear says, here's something for your open mind. There's a reason micro-minute quarterbacks don't get drafted, son. He doesn't have the physical tools. Here we go again.
Yet no one was saying that when he won a Heisman Trophy, and besides, even if we didn't draft him, another team would have drafted him anyway. If you honestly thought that he was gonna come out of there undrafted, you're crazy.
Exactly.
Like let's
Let alone
stop.
the
Let's
first
stop
round.
with the games.
Let alone the first round.
Like folks act like a team wasn't going to take a chance on them. It just happened to be us, sure. But if you honestly thought that no team was going to take a chance on him, you're out of your freaking mind. Come on now.
Exactly. If you think he's that trash, then he should have gone in the 4th or 5th round. Because look at all the backup quarterbacks they go in the 4th and 5th round, or later. But they all get drafted, don't they? For the most part, that have any sort of talent whatsoever, in which Bryce has some sort of talent whatsoever. You know, even under a bad system that doesn't fit him, yes, he got drafted. Come on, man. Y'all gotta stop this. Y'all gotta stop this hype factor thing. We keep throwing this out the window every time y'all bring it up. It's not working. It's not. Russell Wilson was 5'10", 5'11", and he still made a successful career out of his time in Seattle. Because guess what? He was developed properly by a good head coach. That's the difference. We weren't. Bryce wasn't.
Yep.
I mean, we can keep doing this all day long. And all these folks that keep bringing this argument up are just not starting to get it, you know? They just don't get it. So the wow factor with Bryce, he had a crappy coach. Let's bash the man. Cam had weapons and a decent coach. I'm sick and tired of Bryce being blamed when it's coaching and our terrible owner. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, yes, that is correct. But it's also Bryce too. He had a part to play in it too.
He just has a lot working against them than for him. That's for sure.
Yeah. Sick and tired of Bryce. The Bryce hate. Let's say you're a talented quarterback and go to a bad situation. No O-line, no good coaching. It's ridiculous. I don't feel this way with Clausen or Chris Winkie. It's sad how this man is getting treated by fans when they aren't even seeing the big picture, and it really ticks me off. Exactly. You're not seeing the full picture, ladies and gentlemen. Get off the man's back. Let the man play. I'm sick of it too. I'm right there with you, David. Look back at Manning's first year, and he was awful, and he still threw more interceptions than Bryce. That's a fact. Go look up the numbers. It's true.
Through 28 interceptions.
It's true. And yet somehow Peyton was just a different breed. He was a different breed. When you talk quarterbacks like Drew Brees, when you talk quarterbacks like Russell Wilson, Tom Brady, and even Peyton Manning, these guys are a different breed. You know, Bryce Young couldn't hope to light a candle to that level of talent. You know, that's Hall of Fame level talent. You're not getting there. No matter how much coaching you do, you're not getting there if you're Bryce. But you could be competitive. You could win some division titles. You could be one of those quarterbacks that could lead us to maybe a Super Bowl if you're coached properly. But it takes development. We haven't had that out of any of our coaching staff anywhere. Find that. Find that for me in any of this coaching staff anywhere. Not even Chris DePore can coach this guy up right now. Because it's not enough. And Chris DePore, let me tell you something. People are undervaluing special teams coaches of his caliber because he was doing 3 people's jobs while preparing to do his own. That's what a special teamer does. He has to prepare for any type of situation in order to prepare his guys for that situation that's coming up. Say a 4th down play. You got to be able to predict all of this stuff happening before it actually happens. So I say that to say this: we are such a hindsight team that we can't get out of our own way. We're always looking at the hindsight 2020
Hmm.
after the events have already happened, after we've already been proven, to be wrong countless times over and over and over again. And we can't seem to figure out that, oh, hey, let's be proactive. Let's fix it now. Not look back later and find somebody to blame constantly. Let's fix it now. We gotta stop being a hindsight team and be more proactive.
Hmm. Yeah.
It drives me absolutely wild watching this year after year after year, and it makes me sick to my stomach. And it goes against my very nature to be a reactive person, but most of my life is reactive. I'll say that
Hmm.
because I haven't had a choice. This team does. I digress, though. All right. I'm gonna put these clowns in their place. I'm tired of this. Let's bash a man with a coach that runs a vanilla offense. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's bash Bryce. Wake up, people. If one of the greats was on this team, it's the same result. Quarterback, you know, one of the great quarterbacks was on this team with the same offensive style system and all that stuff, it would be the same result. I agree.
Yeah, and that's another
I
thing.
agree.
There's no telling, like even how much better or worse it would be.
That's what he's trying to say.
Swap out the quarterback. Shoot.
I 100% agree. It wouldn't matter who you bring in here. Same result. Because they don't know how to develop quarterbacks. They don't know what winning football looks like. All right, so at Brusky Bear. So Drew Brees, midget. How about Russell Wilson or Michael Vick? And wasn't in a bad situation with Bryce. Heck no, build on what you have. Lock Poppy says I agree with Mr. Carolina. Uh, let's see. Defensive tackle in the league were emotional flip floppers because of David Tepper. To be fair, no. Our fan base have been flip floppers long before that.
I've never been a fan of Tepper from the start, so
Well. To Lock Poppy's point, we've been flip floppers for way longer than that. I've been noticing it in comment sections and all kinds of stuff before I ever became a YouTuber. And I've called people out on it several times in comment sections.
don't get me wrong. Do I
So
think
I've been
this is
doing this way longer than YouTube,
Oh,
calling people out.
don't get me wrong. I mean, the Carolina Panthers fan base, we have the most like fickle loaded fans.
It's
I
embarrassing,
mean,
really.
I hate to admit it.
We need to do better.
Yeah.
And yes,
Cuz
some of this is on us. And that was one of the points I was trying to make when we were talking about the protests. How do we have the right to complain about what Mr. Tepper's doing when we can't even get on the same page about what we want?
that's a fair point. Yeah,
Like,
that's a fair point.
it's just there's no point. What are you expecting them to do? Tepper's not going to sell the team. That's not going to happen. If you want that to happen, you might as well go home. Just go home.
I mean, I want
You're
that to
wasting your
happen, but
time and your energy.
I want that to happen, but I definitely don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. It's unrealistic. Just go home. Quit wasting your time. But if you wanted him to fire somebody, okay, he's done so. He's fired the source of the problem, but he didn't suck all the poison out. Look at it this way. if you're a medical doctor and you're looking to suck the poison out, Australians know this pretty well. You know, they've had rattlesnakes and all kinds of stuff, poisonous snakes.
Mm-hmm.
And back in the Wild West, you had to suck the poison out, you know, in the Midwestern U.S. So, and then you have to clean the wound and patch it back up. What we failed to do was suck out all the poison before we closed up the wound and put Chris DePore as the interim head coach. Thomas Brown is still there using Frank Wright's playbook. The poison is still there. It's still barely there, but it's there. And it's still infecting us. It's still making things worse. We've still got the high grade fever, folks. And until you get rid of the entire infection, it's not going to slow down. It's not going to heal.
Mm. Yep.
So, and we as fans are still flip flopping. We're still saying, oh, well, fire this person, fire that person. That's not helping anything. Okay, if your whole goal is to go up there and protest and say, okay, fire this person, it depends on who you're trying to fire. If you were saying fire Frank Wright, I agree with you. I'm with you. You know, if that was your push originally, yes. But now you got people wanting to fire Scott. Okay. We as fans love to find a scapegoat when things don't go our way. It's just a pastime for us where we have to find something because we're just that pissed off and fed up. You know, and I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. But blame the right person. You know, first of all. Secondly, and that's for the people that are just only going against Scott Fitterer.
Mm-hmm.
Blame the right person. Because there's multiple causes of the problem. Now, if you are going up there and you're saying, okay, and I'll get back to Scott Fitterer in a minute because I've already made this point twice tonight. But looking at David Tepper, if you're going up there and saying David Tepper needs to stop making decisions on this franchise, I'm with you. I'm 100% with you.
Mm-hmm.
Because he needs to. He needs to delegate this to somebody else. Because he clearly doesn't know what he's doing.
Yep.
And he can't use the excuse of, oh, I was a fan once. No. We're all fans right now. We're all pissed off.
Yep.
You've seen nothing but winning football up in Pittsburgh. You come down here and you don't see winning football and you go, what the heck should we do? Let's fire this person. Let's fire this person. And he just goes into panic mode because it's instant gratification. He's not getting what he wants. It's like a kid on Christmas morning that doesn't get what he wants. And he just starts pitching a fit. Okay. You want to get frustrated in the locker room about the lack of success going on. We've been here for 8 years, bro. Where have you been? Where have you been? Welcome to the party.
Yeah.
Get you some crappy party favors, get you a drink. We've been here, bro. We've been here way longer than you.
He's not wrong.
Have been an owner. So, welcome to the club. You know, please stay a while. We'll get you a comfy chair. So, my thought is on Scott Fitterer. If you fire Scott now, again, I've made this point twice tonight. This is how vital this is. That's why I'm making it again for Panthers fans, so they will listen and not ignore this. If you let David Tepper pick your GM right now and a head coach, he will pick a bad one. Both. both positions at the same time. Now, we've had a good GM and we've had a bad GM. We've had a good head coach and a bad head coach, from time to time. But never both at the same time. Until 2015, where it was all good at the same time. Now we're on the verge of all bad at the same time. Where does that lead us? Into a 20-year drought. Ask the Detroit Lions, ask the Cleveland Browns, ask the Jets fans how that felt. Ask them. It's not fun, is it? Detroit's attendance was so low in Detroit for their own home games that they were thinking about selling the team outside of Detroit.
Oof.
They were going to move the town outside of Detroit. That's as low as you get.
It's pretty low.
That's rock bottom. That's where we're hitting, folks. Now, I see the people's arguments against Scott Fitter. I do. I understand where you're coming from. If you don't like a yes man, I get it. If you don't like somebody that's a horse that can be manipulated and used, I get it. If you want to argue against his draft picks, okay? 3/4 of those were manipulated by bad head coaches. Think about that. 3/4 of his picks were manipulated by bad head coaches that had no idea what they were doing and had no business being in the NFL. And you're going to pin the blame on Scott for that? I don't think so. All right. So the fourth that was his fault. Okay. Fair enough. I can see your argument. Then you move on to the trades. Okay, half of those were desperation trades. We had to get somebody to fill the void. We were in trouble at corner. We were in trouble in a certain position during the middle of the season. I get it.
Right.
Some of those made sense. Some of them didn't. Some of those were facilitated by a bad head coach. Some of them were not. Now, the ones that were facilitated by the bad head coach, you cannot blame him for. But the ones that were not, and were purely Scott Fitter just screwing around and doing too much, those you can blame on Scott. Now, the question is, where do you draw the line? Which ones were good? Which ones were bad? That's exactly why we had that stream, to discuss that.
Yeah, we did.
And go over every aspect of his decision-making process. That's why I wanted to do that. Because at this point, it is that vital now that if you fire Scott, 20-year drought is on the way. You are betting against Vegas-style odds that Tepper will randomly decide to hire a good GM. You're betting against Vegas-style odds that he will hire a good head coach. And the house always wins. House always wins in Vegas, folks. How many times have you seen people actually beat the house in Vegas? It's rare.
Yeah.
So, as far as I'm concerned, pick the proper time to fire Scott Fitter if you want to do that. Hire your good head coach and then figure out what you're doing with Scott Fitter. I know it sounds backwards, but it will make sense in the long range thing of long term well, you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, long-term plan.
Yeah, exactly. It will make sense later. But right now is not the time to get trigger happy on Scott Fitterer. It's not. I don't care what all these other YouTubers are saying. I don't care what all these uh parrot fans are saying. You know, they're just parroting what they're saying and going off of social media and what they're saying. You know, I don't care. This is an out of the box opinion, and it's the right one. We are this hair trigger close to becoming that 20-year drought team. These fans don't know what they're asking for, bro. They don't know what they're asking for. So you want him fired now? You don't know what you're asking for.
Uh-oh.
Wait. Be patient. Stop this instant gratification garbage. This instant gratification garbage is how we got is half the reason we got here in the first place. Because you just had to have your shiny new toy on Christmas morning, you know, which is a Mike Evans or a T. Higgins. What are you going to do with said toy? When you get done playing with it, what are you going to do with it? It ends up in the toy box collecting dust. Who as a kid has not done that in this chat? Please tell me who as a kid has not done that. Because if you say you haven't done that, I'm going to call you a liar.
Uh-oh.
Because everybody's done it. So that's what we're doing with all our shiny new wide receivers right now. You know, Frank Wright says, "Ooh, this is like the best toy ever with Adam Thielen," and he just plays with Adam Thielen. Well, what happens to the rest of these guys? They get thrown in the toy box and they collect dust. Tell me I'm wrong, because this is exactly what's going on with this offense right now. You got all these shiny weapons that have been doing so well everywhere else. We pick them up from 6 different systems, and we're just, I want to misfit toys. You know, you got a Buzz Lightyear, you got
Dang.
your action figures, you got, you know, it all of a sudden you see this, like, if you've been a Power Rangers fan, you got like this gigantic Megazord, right? And
Right.
the Megazord is your like favorite toy, and you all these other toys just, who cares? I want to play with this for like an entire year. None of the rest of it gets any love. That's what Frank did. Tell me I'm wrong here, because I feel like I'm on a roll here.
Well, sad
I've
thing
got him
is
pegged.
Thielen's on his way to 1,000 yards receiving, and it's a possibility he might not even be here next season.
Yeah, and he's not even going to be here next year. He's just going to get sold off to the highest bidder somewhere else. We're not even going to get anything for him. Doesn't that make y'all sick to your stomach to watch this team become a player mill?
Oof.
It makes me sick watching him go somewhere else and then balling out and become a Pro Bowler again. Look at CMC. Perfect example of that.
Yep. Going to the
You traded
playoffs.
him away for all those picks, and now that's his 3rd playoff appearance within 2 different teams.
Yep.
You ran him into the ground. He's still going to be CMC at the end of the day. He's still going to do what he does. But at least San Francisco knows how to use him correctly.
Yeah, and he's not the number one, like, reliable source. They have other
For
options
goodness
as well.
sakes, man. DJ is a good fit for the Bears. And look what DJ is doing. He's doing the same stuff he was doing before he came. Guys, it's not rocket science to figure this out. What's actually going on? If you're clearly looking around and you're noticing this stuff, it means something's wrong in the hen house.
Oof.
Your golden goose isn't a golden goose. It's a regular chicken. You're not getting anything but white eggs. and
Yeah.
rotten eggs at that.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Oh, God. And who's the owner of that hen house? David Tepper.
Oof. Oof.
This is where we're at, folks. We're this close. But, you know, I look around the league and I see the Lions head coach saying that everybody's on the same page. That's why they're winning. And guess what, folks? Detroit is now 9-4.
Yep. I mean, they lost to the Bears, but they're still 9-4.
I look around at the Chiefs on Sunday that just took that L. And I see Patrick Mahomes just going ape, throwing his helmet, just losing his mind. And I'm saying, why can't we have somebody that cares that much about this team? Oh wait, we did, but we decided to uh to let him get hurt and then go to the New England Patriots of all teams. Freaking idiots.
Yeah, that
Freaking
was
idiot management.
pretty disgusting.
I'm literally disgusted by what I'm watching right now. Literally disgusted. The Tampa Bay Bucks are leading the division right now at 6-7.
Are they? I thought it was still I thought it was still Atlanta.
It's still a tie technically
Oh, okay, okay.
between three different teams: Tampa, Atlanta, and New Orleans.
Yeah.
6-7. On paper, we were supposed to win 10 games, at
Yeah.
least 9.
Or between 8 and 10, yeah.
Are you freaking kidding me? Everything I said happened. They're evening each other out. I told you this was going to happen. I literally told you this was going to happen, and you didn't listen, management. You waited too long to fire Frank. You didn't hire Ken Dorsey like I asked you to, which would have fixed this offense temporarily this year, which I know he probably wouldn't stick unless you hire a decent head coach beyond Frank Wright. And we all know you're not going to hire Christopher, so he's going to go back to special teams. Ajaro's going to go somewhere else. He's going to become a head coach somewhere else.
Yeah,
What does that leave us? Trash.
that's another thing that we might have to keep an eye out for is possibly replacing the D coordinator if he decides to take on a head coaching position.
Trash coaching. That's what it's going to lead us. All because Mr. Tepper doesn't know how to keep his hand out of the cookie jar. And doesn't know how to hire people correctly. Oh, but I was a fan. Just because you were a fan doesn't entitle you to make the right decisions. Okay? I'm a fan. I get stuff wrong. You guys are fans. You get stuff wrong. Just because he's got $1 billion doesn't mean he can buy a Ferrari and do whatever the heck he wants with it and break the law. You know, there's consequences to your actions. There are consequences to hiring a bad coach. There's consequences to hiring a new GM that doesn't get the job done. And trust me, there are at least half a dozen GMs in this league that are worse than ours right now. You may not see it, but they are there. And one of them hasn't retired yet, and that's the former New York Jets GM, who for 20 years ruined the Jets. You want to take a chance on that?
Mm,
Along with a bad head coach?
it was pretty dangerous.
You're rolling the dice here. You are seriously rolling the dice with Mr. Tepper, and you're putting faith in this man. when you ask him to hire a new GM
Yeah.
and fire Scott Fitterer right now.
But,
Things can always get worse with this franchise, except for if you end up like the Detroit Lions. But
right.
even they found their way out of that deep dark hole.
Yeah. Took some time, but they eventually
Even
got
they
out of
figured
it.
it out.
Yeah.
Even the Jets figured it out. If they could do it, why not us? That's what I'm asking. If they could do it, why not us? Oh wait, but Mr. Tepper is in charge.
But yeah, I'm starting to fade myself, so let's go ahead and go into final thoughts.
Uh,
Uh I mean, we got swept by the Saints. We might just get swept by the Falcons, which I'm thinking probably Thursday evening is when I'll do the 'cause I should be available
yeah.
Thursday evening for preview of the Atlanta Falcons game, which yeah, we'll have to
Yeah.
we'll have,
Let's do this again Thursday for
yeah,
sure.
we'll have to see how this team looks health wise, but honestly, I mean, we got swept by the Saints. I mean, we still got to play the Bucks and the Falcons one last time, and we still got to play the Packers and the Jaguars. I mean, honestly, those games at some point may have been winnable on paper, but honestly, I done thrown that out the window. So, well,
Just keep doing what you're doing. Just put the
yeah,
effort in and finish out the season because it's about player development at this point.
pretty much. Uh, the only thing I can say is just y'all, just
We got to figure out who we're keeping and who we're tossing.
yeah. I mean, try to get another win, but honestly, I won't be surprised if you don't. I hate to say it, but this is it's kind of drained me, and I'm just really looking forward to just going towards what are y'all gonna do to fix stuff. That's really what I want to focus on is what are y'all gonna do to fix stuff? Cause y'all gonna have a busy off season, and y'all better make it work. Y'all better get to work. That's all I can say, and I'm done. Go ahead with your final thought.
I'm already in draft preparation mode. I've already started the process of looking at who's going to be in the next draft here
Hmm.
and trying to learn about them.
Okay.
We're going to be doing one stream a week where we start looking at those, and it'll be on VOD, so you can check it out. Uh, Blitz,
Cool deal.
and you can look at these people yourself in your own time.
Cool deal.
You know, play and pause it as you need to look them up.
Okay.
But
I,
I'm going to get people involved in this, man, because I want these players on our radar early. You
okay.
know, depending on what system we're going to be running, I want to know who these players are so we can automatically say, okay, we're rolling these people out because this is the system we're running once we get the head coach. And then focus all of our efforts on those targets, you know, after that point,
Hmm.
and trying to figure out, okay, where are they going to land, all of this stuff. I'm not even worried about free agency until we hire a head coach. I'm not even looking at that.
Interesting.
We can't
Um,
figure out who we're going to get until we have a system, until we have some type of plan. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of monkeys trying to jump on a football.
Joe
It's
Vale-
not going to work.
Joe Valesco says, "What if we hired the coach after we hire him, we fire Scott and let the coach pick the GM?" What are your thoughts on that?
Oh,
I mean,
Tepper would never allow it. First of all,
oh, I was gonna say, is
because
that even
Tepper wants
doable?
to be that he's that child on Christmas morning that just wants what he wants and throws a fit when he doesn't get what he wants. So he's still going to be in charge of that. But if you manage to pull that off, firing Scott is not the greatest move right now. I've already explained why. Because again, Tepper's in charge. But if somehow you were able to pull that off, I would say wait and let's give Scott one more year under a good head coach. Let's see how he does, and let's see how quickly people change their tune. Let's not forget that this is a fan base of flip floppers. Once they start seeing success, they're gonna flip flop. Is this not true, folks? Come on.
Yeah, I mean
They're gonna take the fire off of him and they're gonna put it somewhere else.
we saw how much people flipped on Cam, so like,
And the funny thing is, during 2015, these people had nowhere to put their blame, and these people are career blamers. They have to blame something. They have to get angry at something. They had nowhere to put that blame until the Super Bowl.
yeah, pretty much.
It drove them absolutely insane. That's what I want us to get back to. But I think if you do let the coach pick the GM, I think that's dangerous territory, and that's destroying the chain of command because we've already done this the backwards way already, and you have to go backwards again to fix what you did backwards to begin with. I know it sounds weird, but it's the way we have to do things.
It does sound a little weird. It does sound a little weird.
It does, but it will make sense once you get it done.
Yeah, they just need
and
to
you
get it
done
done.
right.
They just need to get it done right.
Exactly.
But we shall see.
So where was I?
I didn't know if you were still working on your final thought or.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The draft. So we're going to be setting that up once a week, one stream a week, and I've already started getting people to put stuff in the post about that on my page. So go over to the Facebook group page. Keep pounding if you want to find that page. It's pinned that particular post and just comment under it. The player's name that you like, the college they come from, the position they play, and why you like them. Those 4 things. And we will seriously take a look at every one of these in one stream each week, and we'll cover them. And we'll learn more about them, the basics of them, what they do well, what they don't do well. Okay, there you go. So that's the thing we're going to be doing. I'm expanding my channel to do possibly a Madden stream as well.
Oh yeah, that's right. You do
I
have
might
Madden.
mix that in with the draft stream, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
With the players, just to extend it, to make it worth people's times. So that they've got some content to watch.
There you go.
But yeah, there's no point in messing with free agency until we know what system we're running. Otherwise, we're just chickens with their heads cut off. It's just chaos, which is more of the same of what we've already been doing. So until that happens and we get this coaching staff set up, there's nothing really more to get into except for just the game previews and post games.
Yeah.
And live reactions.
Yeah,
and
pretty
the draft.
much. And like I said, planning on Thursday evening for preview of the Falcons Panthers game, which will be a home game. It's we don't have that many home games left. I think it's this.
I'm just I'm sick to my stomach. I want to find something positive about this team to say, to
Mhm.
people. I want to promote something positive to Panthers fans when I go out and promote this channel, and I can't do it. I
Right.
can't do it, guys. It's just not there. Like maybe you promote Derek Brown, maybe you promote I don't know Chuba at this point, but that Adam Thielen, maybe, but that's it.
Mhm.
Show me somebody else that's worth promoting. Frankie Luvu, Frankie, yeah, we can go Frankie. J.C. Horn, Dante, we could go that direction. Maybe Troy Hill, but otherwise, I don't see anything positive. You know, and I think until we start seeing something positive, we're not going to have anything to promote. So we got to fill that time and energy somehow with something positive.
There
So
you
that's what
go.
I'm doing. I'm focused on that draft. I'm hyper focused on it now. We're in that mode. We don't know what position we're going to get from rounds 2 on down, but I can guess it's probably the first one from that point on. So it'll probably be 33 on down.
Fair enough.
All right. So the question is, what do we get at 33? We'll start there. We'll start the conversations there once we get a system in place. But I
Okay.
think it's going to be an offensive lineman. That's the push for me. It's got to be an offensive lineman. It's got to be a left tackle. We've had so many issues with that in the past. It's got to get fixed. Either that or a left guard. Take your pick. I'll take either one. Left guard seems more prominent right now.
Okay.
But if Icky continues this slide into his third year, we're going for a left tackle as well. That's where we're at right now. It's an emergency mode. We're in the red danger zone with both of those positions. It's got to get fixed. I feel like we temporarily fixed the problem with Justin McCray, but for how long? Nash Jensen for how long?
Right.
It's like patching a tire. You can only go so far with that tire. Uh, but you've got to have a system in place. You've got to get the right players to replace those tires. And Joel says pick 33 at a wide receiver. No, no. Again, you need a system in place before you start looking at wide receivers. You need to understand what type of wide receiver you need to get. This is the problem that landed us here in the first place. We didn't have a system. We didn't have a playbook centered around an RPO or a West Coast offense style of play or some other fill in the blank style that you can come up with. All those players need to be centered in on that style of play that you pick up, that you draft. Otherwise, it's not going to work. You're going to end up with exactly what you just got here. So as much, I already answered this question earlier, but as much as I like T. Higgins, as much as I like Mike Evans, what are you going to do with them if you're built for a different system than what you have?
Well, I guess the
You're going to
hope
do exactly the same thing you're doing right now. Throw them in the toy chest.
I guess the hope is that that will be somewhat in place by the time they would be acquired. But that's the hope. That's the hope.
It'll be another wasted year for these players. An actual wasted year. Would you like to see T. Higgins have a wasted year in a Carolina Panthers uniform? Would you like to see Mike Evans have a wasted year in a Panthers uniform? That's exactly what's going to happen. Back in the toy chest you go, collecting dust. While one other wide receiver gets all the throws and all the glory.
Well, let's hope
That's
that
not good.
let's hope that doesn't happen because we need the ball to be
Stop
spread.
misusing our players. I'm speaking for the players right now. Stop misusing our players. Since they don't have the voice, they don't have a guts right now to voice their opinions or what they have to say. I'll say it for you. Stop misusing our players. This is 8 years now. Count them 8. 8. We are misusing our players that long. We're going into year 9. This is almost a clear decade of misusing players. That's half the time that the Jets had with their winless drought. This is making me sick. If you don't stop this, Mr. Tapper, no one else will. Delegate your responsibilities to someone better.
Right on.
I would suggest actually Greg Olson. Greg Olson just said he wants to be a head coach. Delegate your business decisions to him. You know, I don't want you touching this team anymore. No more. No decisions, nothing. Stop it. You've ruined training camp. You've ruined our players. You've ruined everything that you have touched. It all turns to crap at your touch. Oh, but I just have to have what I want. Stop it. You're acting like a spoiled child who
Well,
can't have who can't have his way. He's a freaking 10-year-old child. Just
yeah.
going, ooh, crap.
This will be
Yeah. Welcome to where we've been for the last 10 years. Thank you.
this will be one of the most difficult tasks this offseason for this team.
We need a new owner, man.
Yeah. In all seriousness,
We need
we
new
do.
ownership. This is sickening.
Need to get some
And no disrespect to Mr. Tepper, because I would sit down and have a conversation with him about anything other than this franchise. Anything, literally.
right.
Movies, music, anything. The second you start talking about this franchise, nope, I'm out. I am not going to voice my opinions with you, Mr. Tepper, because you've already watched my videos. You already know. Plus, you've already taken one of my phrases out of context and used it against this franchise. Oh, you're not going to stand for mediocrity. Really? Then what do you call the last 5 years?
Well, now about to be
What do you
6.
call the last 5 years?
But
You took my phrase. My phrase. Nobody else said that but me. You took my phrase and used it against us. How does that make me look as a YouTuber? As a fan? As a loyal, enthusiastic fan of this team? When you take my phrases and use them like that. I'm done defending you. I'm done, Mr. Tepper. I'm done giving you crutches. You don't deserve any anymore. You took training camp out of Spartanburg, which was my biggest tool to understanding this team and helping you to understand this team. Something you refuse to do to save your own franchise and your own butt. Why do you think these people are protesting against you before the Buccaneers game? Take a wild guess, Mr. Tepper. They're fed up with you. These fans were never willing to do that when we had Ron Rivera. They were patient because at least we were playing 500 ball.
right.
And I've learned to be more conscious of what I'm saying, on stream, because Ron Rivera had that cancer, and it changes people's personalities. And I'm still eating crow on that. I feel guilty for that,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And the way I found that out is my stepfather had cancer and it changed his personality. Little did I know, I did not see the signs of that with Ron Rivera until way too late. After I had already thrown him under the fire and my mouth was just an absolute gun going after him because of all the stupid things he was doing that year as a head coach. And I regret it. Every bit of it. I carry that weight with me. Because at least at that point we were competitive. We were at least 500 ball and could get better. I didn't realize that things could get way worse. I didn't realize this man had cancer. And I should have seen the signs. Because they were evident every time you were watching him on the sidelines. He was just sickly. He was just worn out. He was just no lack of enthusiasm for the game. Of course he is.
Right.
You're fighting cancer.
It's a big deal.
You're fighting cancer. Of course you're going to be in that shape. So I should have recognized the signs, and I am so sorry, Mr. Rivera. I deeply and sincerely apologize if you're watching this. And I hope that apology makes things better. But I know it won't. And to his wife as well. Because I know that she had to watch a lot of this Panthers material that we're putting out too. You know what I mean? And that's when I realized, because I was so raw as a Panthers YouTuber, that I had to calm down. But no, Mr. Tepper, you deserve every bit of what I'm saying. Every bit of it. And I would say the same things to your face too. You got to calm your butt down. Get your hand out of the cookie jar. Stop it.
Mm-hmm.
We are not a hot rod in your backyard that you can just start fixing up and doing whatever you want with. This is a $1 billion franchise. Start acting like it, please. Do something responsible. As a responsible adult, stop acting like a child. Grow up. Now, I know you didn't make those millions of dollars that you have in hedge fund money by just being a child and expecting that money to come to you. You work for them. Apply that same energy to this franchise, please. It is a business, but it is also more than just a business. People care about this franchise. People care about these names. They care about these players. They care about us as fans in this franchise. Grow up and realize this, please. I'm done being disrespected as a fan. I'm done watching this crap. I'm just done, period, with this. Every week it's the same toxicity. Every week. I'm fed up. And normally I'm the person that is the most positive person and trying to find the most positive thing about this team every week. Do you see me being anywhere near positive at this point? No, I've given up on that this year.
Yeah. Patience is definitely
That's where we
starting
are.
to run out for many, so
That's
we
where
get
we are. That's where I'm at right now. When I'm fed up, it's time to run. And I hope that we don't become the next Detroit Lions, where we are threatening to run out of attendance so bad that we want to move the team out of the city.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't happen either.
There's two worse situations right now that we could be in. Coached by Bill Belichick with every win being tainted. Or two, in that situation, where we're droughtless, winless for 30 years, and we become that franchise that almost sells the team out of the city of Charlotte.
Right.
This close. Mr. Tepper, it's your choice.
Choose wisely.
Exactly.
But
Exactly my words. Right there. Choose wisely. You won't get a second chance.
But yeah, that I couldn't agree more. Could
Despite
not
all that,
agree more.
we're gonna keep pounding as a family.
Yeah, we're gonna keep pounding, um, and just try to bounce back, recover from this one, and just keep pushing forward. That's really all that we can do.
We put
But
ourselves here.
yeah, that much is true. So it's up to them to just they got to figure a way to get us back on track. But
Mm-hmm.
but anyway, another good stream. I know we hit on quite a number of things, reviewed quite a bit of topics, and like I said, game was rough, but from New Orleans, we head back home to take on the Saints, or excuse me, the Falcons. We
Falcons.
take on the Falcons, so hopefully we can get revenge from week one, but we shall see. But I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Of course, Corey, Mr. Carolina, everybody in the chats. Thank y'all so much. And yeah, keep an eye out for not only my channel, but also Keep Pounding as well, led by Corey on YouTube and the Facebook. And yeah,
If you'd like to suggest a name for a panel, go ahead and throw it in chat, comment section, or on my page. Keep pounding in all caps. Facebook group page.
yes, definitely share. We're
We're still
very
looking for a name.
we're very open, so don't hesitate to list some ideas. But yeah, um, definitely keep an eye out for us. Like I said, I know we got um, preview for the Falcons game, so we'll get into that and some other things as well with the preparation for the off season and hopefully a brighter future for this franchise. But it's got to start hopefully immediately. But we shall see. Um, one last quick reminder of where folks can find you, Corey.
Before I say that, just a quick reminder also, if you are wanting to suggest a draftable player to us, go to the Facebook group page, look for the pin post on it, the player, the college that they came from, the position that they play, and why you like them. Put that in the comment section on that post, and we'll go through them in the stream together. But you can find me at Keep Pounding 3869, I believe it is. I gotta double check the number, but I believe it's 3869. I'm gonna double check that right now. My channel. Yeah, 3869. Type that into Google search, YouTube search. Keep Pounding 3869. You'll find us. And the Facebook group page. Keep Pounding in all caps.
Alrighty, sounds good. And yeah, keep pounding as usual. We're gonna get through
Mm-hmm.
this some way somehow. But yeah, everybody, you know, stay blessed, and as we are getting closer to the end of this year, everybody, keep their heads up, and yeah, continue to be productive and do
Stay
what
happy, healthy, and well.
indeed do what y'all do best. But we're gonna get out of here for now. Uh, we're your hosts, combination of myself, Blitzball Champ of Blitzball Champ Gaming. Of course, Mr. Carolina of the Bleeding Carolina Blue Podcast. And
Mm-hmm. Keep pounding.
thank y'all so much for watching. We will catch y'all in the next live stream. Stay safe, keep pounding. We will see y'all soon. Laters.